Welcome everyone to the second day of the grand finals of PUBG Mobile Pro League EMEA 2021 spring season. My name is Highland Wolf, and of course I am joined once again by the wonderful Professor Tarzan. It is now the finals. Tarzan, how are we feeling?
Very excited because we are the things that happened yesterday on day one were definitely things that we didn't expect. And there were teams that there were just teams that we don't expect, to show up, but they did. So that is just amazing to see.
And teams showing up seems to be the storyline here, because if we recap through from the first day's games, the first 6 matches here, Tarzan, it was surprises apart from, I think, R8T, of course, taking first place, but NASR HOTLINE in that second and third position, who were really starting to show up. And it's actually the likes of GUNZ down in the 7th position, Falcons down in 10th. It's the new dogs in town.
You know what? Like, there were just teams that we were thinking that they just needed so much momentum coming through, and they're finally getting them for themselves. Kind of, the preparation, maybe the long breaks working out for them. But there were teams that were waiting, for example, the Snipers. I'm so sorry, like, if you're fans of the Snipers. They barely made it into the finals, and they are still kind of at the bottom, struggling to find ways. But sharing the bottom bits with them is not just this team. Like, it's Alpha Legends in there as well. We didn't expect this team to be there. SUDOR Esports as well. A little bit disappointing. We thought they had that long break, but I think what they had, by missing that third super weekend, is the fact that they didn't have enough practice, is how it seems to be.
And of course, Alpha Legends down in the right next beside Snipers, of course, in 16th position. But I think the big surprise really was SUDOR, because we mentioned SUDOR coming through, of course, 2 super weekends. They've not played in the most recent super weekend of week 3. And coming into the finals, Tarzan, they felt like a team who could actually go towards that top 5 spots, considering that they were so high up, 9th position by the end of the 3 weeks, considering they'd only played in 2 weekends. And to see them so far behind, I think it has been that surprise that a lot of these teams who we suspected would be good coming into the finals and be having those points early on just haven't been able to step up.
I feel like it's just because of a different lobby as well. I know, yes, a lot of teams you've played against before. A different lobby means a bit of a different schedule as well. The number of games that's required of these players to play, the preparation work, now that they had more days to work through some things, it allowed possibilities. Like, it allowed certain type of preparation that we did not think was possible before. At this stage of the tournament, everything. Forget about the past, find the best way that will allow you to win with the highest probability right now, and then we are going to look at the leaderboards first, because we want to know how's the situation like coming into this day 2.
And as we look at those overall standings, of course, we mentioned it was RICO, NASR, HOTLINE in those top 3 positions, but as well the fact that Fate and Galaxy Racer, they're stepping up in that 4th, 5th position, and even to an extent, YaLLa Esports, you have to look all the way down to 7th position there, as we say, Tarzan, to see GUNZ, which came off of a 549.3 weekends of those super weekend games, 9 wins overall, yet they've been struggling when it comes towards the finals. And even when you look further down, FalconsEsport, who had the highest overall point gain in any super weekend, all the way down in 10th.
I think that's the thing as well. The way that Falcon played it, it's like they're consistent, they found a way to come in, but they were kind of losing the best shape, in that 3rd super weekend. Yeah, I know it's still very decent, but I feel like their playstyle required more, right? And so it is really hard to say, like, right now for, like, the Falcons. I think the other team that kind of lost a little bit of that is RTG as well. They were coming in, very decent in that point average, right, before, but no longer the case right now.
And when we think about RTG in specific here, I would actually argue is coming into the finals, they were the most solid and consistent team. Yes, they only picked up their first chicken dinner win in game 45 of the Super Weekends, but also they never really had a bad game when it came to any of those Super Weekends that they participated in. All 3 Super Weekends they made it to, and to see them actually so far down, and to see the likes of HOTLINE, who actually did finish in 13th position when it came to the Super Weekend, very much below a lot of these other teams, it really does pin down the question of HOTLINE stepping up a lot more, but what can now the likes of RTG, the likes of Falcons, the likes of GUNZ, as we spoke about, do to catch up? Because, of course, going into now the next 6 matches and the final 12 matches overall of the finals, Tarzan, is there only 5 spots that can, of course, be taking these teams through towards the EMEA League?
So let's look at, kind of that point average, right? When we look at those top 4-5 spots, because a lot of prize money actually went to those chicken dinners in the Super Weekend. So right now it's more the battle. Yes, of course, there will be some difference if you make it higher up, like ending this finals. But what really matters is to represent the region, to keep going, So at 5th position right now, we have Galaxy Racer, and the fans going to be so happy to started this finals very well. Like, they've got 1 or 2 especially big games, like just starting it strong in game 1 already, right? So they're now at 5th place, but it's not a very safe 5th place. Definitely not. They're at 55 points, but at 4th we have Fate also with 55, as we saw earlier, but under them we've got 2 teams with 52 points, right? But this bubble being so close makes actually show 2 different types of teams, Highland Wolf. I feel like we've got HOTLINE and Fate. Not only were they not expected to be here, like maybe from just the points from before, no offense to them, but they got to this position by ending yesterday strong. So that is something that we really want to focus on. But the other 2 teams would be, YaLLa and GUNZ, which are kind of below them, but we expect more from them, especially from GUNZ being so dominant in the previous phase of this tournament.
And this almost takes me back, actually, to where we had in the first week, and we've seen these teams develop overall, because it was actually GUNZ who weren't that super strong team starting out. YaLLa also looked quite promising as well, and I think GUNZ to an extent were in that middle of the pack before they really did break away from the rest of these 15 teams. But when it comes overall to now this final 2 days, I think that YaLLa actually do stand more of a chance than other teams, and as a more so a favorite coming into the tournament as a whole, because we praised this team for their experience, for their ability to pick up good players on their rosters, to be able to then execute that through into good results. But actually, it has been a struggle for them through the Super Weekend. So it's a good return to form, I think, considering that they have been able to at least grab that 6th position when it comes to the first 6 games.
I think they were already given the biggest boost. The fact that they won the first game. I shouldn't say it as if they are given, because they've definitely earned that chicken dinner, right? But starting with such a high, you kind of just set that bar up there, and you want to keep getting that same high, by winning a second one. So they started strong, and obviously by starting strong, it would seem like they're slowing down, like through the remainder of yesterday, but they after all still got a decent amount of points. So we just need to look at those even game average, that we're looking at maybe 10 being what's required to be kind of not even safe, but make it to around top 3, top 5. So we need more from some of these teams. But obviously RICO Infinity team, man, you hyped them up for some reasons that I didn't understand, but they've proved themselves yesterday.
Yeah, RICO Infinity team, yes, they did get that 2nd position in the Super Weekend. It wasn't easy, though, because I think RICO Infinity team have been, if any team, the most adaptive across the tournament, have been the most improved across the tournament, because when we look back at their first and their 2nd week, they were, in a way, with all respect, not that great considering to what they are now at a level here, Tarzan, where they weren't finishing high to get into the Super Weekends, where we even look back at their 2nd Super Weekend, they had a 16th finish in day 1, a 15th finish in day 2, but then when we got to that third day of the second Super Weekend, that's where it all seemed to change for this team. And I don't know what happened. Maybe they had something happen to them behind the scenes, because then they boosted up towards the top of that leaderboard. And since that moment, since that day, going into week 3, going into the finals, they've looked really strong and looked like one of the best teams.
I feel like they are kind of the definition of a very resilient team, like so far, right? They've got the highs, they've got the low bits, but definitely come back. And if we just try to draw a curve, right, looking like the stats, they are definitely, like you mentioned, slowly improving after all. So this is, but this is the final. So we can't say, hey, look, we can reset, right? Oh, we qualify for the Super Weekend, doesn't matter those league points anymore. This doesn't happen anymore from this point onwards. But by getting to this stage of the tournament and starting day one so strong, they might be on high or being so confident, like that they've never felt before. You know, it's a situation that they've never experienced. Even though they have some very good single day points, it doesn't look like so because there's always GUNZ on top of them when it comes to that total point. But now on paper, all those are gone. Gone. It's all settled. Everyone's accepted that. Now, no reset, and they are now averaging at least 15 points per game from yesterday. Can they contain this? And I think we mentioned this. You know, the mentality of the winner is always not just defined by how you bounce back when you're low, but how you contain it when you're up top.
And when we talk about being up top, actually, it was, of course, YaLLa who did secure the first game of Erangel in the chicken dinner perspective, and then it was RICO Infinity's team who actually secured that second game of the day yesterday. But when we look at the rest of these chicken dinner winners from the first 6 games, it was actually the likes of these underdog teams who were picking up those wins, the likes of Rad, Real Tiger 9, NASR, and also, as we mentioned, Fate stepping up. And I think it has overall been this story of the points have, as you say, reset, and now we're going into these next 2 days, the final 2 days of the competition, this marathon of a competition at that. These teams are really taking advantage of that reset, and you can see that in the way actually some of these squads are playing, in the way that they are much more confident, in the way that they're willing to go for more aggressive or more risky plays that pay off in the long run for them, because they don't have to be concerned that there's a team already 300 points ahead of them anymore.
Exactly. I think that is, we would always talk about mentality. We can't stop talking about it because it's just so key. Like, we feel it in every area of work and performance that we have to, you know, show up, right? So, but before that, let's go into some stats, right? Because RICO Infinity, we talked about how strong they are. Let's see how strong they actually are. And this is just insane, Highland Wolf.
Overall, their RICO Infinity team, Prestige coming up, no surprises as the carry for them. And I think alongside NASR, they're the underdog player for them, because when you actually think about Prestige, yes, they are the standout, but NASR is this player who, yes, done the highlights sorts of things, doesn't have any purple numbers, but is very core to this team. And I think it's overall NASR's capability with the fragging power and the potential to position so well in so many different situations, combine that with the rest of these team players who have actually also been on an equal footing at excellent positioning, as you can even see through these highlights, Tarzan, the way that they take these kills, take teams by surprise, and then take them down in their own turf.
I almost feel like they were approaching certain parts of the map that they know what they are expecting. I always feel like, maybe I'm fantasizing things, but you know, that studying is just needed. This is the Pro League, come on. Like, the Pro League means you need to work like a pro, you need to study, and your mechanics only a very small part of it. That's the given, that's the basic, and the way that how fight happen is as if they approach it like they know what's going to happen. So I would want to credit this team for their work, because I feel like those don't just happen, you know, out of the blue. You just don't run into enemies. It's like they were very prepared, and I want to see them continue with that momentum today.
And preparation going into today specifically, we mentioned some of the top teams, but also I think some of these lower end teams, the likes who have had these first bad 6 games, of course, the likes of Falcons, Alpha Legends, even to an extent teams who still can bring something, but albeit quite unexpected, in the snipers as well. What do you really think that these teams have to bring to the table to be able to step up, considering that there is still opportunity with still 12 games to go?
Just bring the best game by knowing what's the strong suit. That is the confidence that needs to come through. Focus on 1 or 2 things that you can fix, that you can do, and then don't overthink it. Right. And of course, there's so many preparation. There's certain things that you can have to be done, like kind of before that day one. But now that we are, so packed, like it's so hard to make preparation when you have to make your day even longer by playing 6 games instead of 5. They just, take care of themselves. Try to feel as good as possible about themselves, life in general, hang out. Are the ways to make sure that they are in a good state.
And talking about good state, talking about good feeling and good vibes, NASR Esports here, Tarzan, because they have been one of these big surprising teams. In the final Super Weekend, they stepped up and now currently sat in 2nd position in the finals. And you can see here by their stats overall, Miramar by far their strongest game, but by no means scared to take it in terms of kills when it comes to other maps. When you even look at the likes of Erangel, still 6 kills for them as well.
I think they were just that team that kind of set themselves up for a lot of expectation, but it's being so dominating. They averaged that 15 point in week 1 of league play, and then they've been actually decent since. They are not bad at all, but because they set themselves up for such a high bar, it's like they're constantly chasing that. But I'm so happy that they bounced back and with a decent lead, now sitting at 2nd place compared to the teams at the bubble just underneath them as well. And you can see the work coming from the whole team is very consistent. Everyone's done their work, is very equal, and that is what I love about this team. They just play as one in these big games that we've seen. So you know what, I still have that hope for them now that they are coming into this last phase with a good start as well. It's the 2nd time that they are going to be tested in terms of how to contain the mentality when they are up top.
And I think it actually does come down to this specific point when you mentioned a word in the phrase here, synergy, Tarzan. This is what really stands out to me when it comes to the finals. It is these teams, yes, RICO and the team have both that and power when it comes to fragging and positioning, but the likes of NASR, HOTLINE, Fate, teams we didn't expect, even as we say Galaxy Racer and YaLLa in those 2nd to 6th positions, it's that synergy that really does play out well for them. And it's that synergy that I think will bring some of the surprise to which teams go through to the EMEA League later on, because it's not necessarily now about getting those big kill games like we've seen with GUNZ before. It's about who can stay consistent and who has, as we mentioned, the synergy with the rest of their team to have that fortitude, to have that mentality to go all the way.
It's just a very interesting, tournament format. I actually find it so tricky to talk about it and think about. Hypothesizing that I'm in the coaching position is incredibly hard to prepare as well, because you can't see every stage with the same pair of eyes and glasses, of course, because things did get reset, like we mentioned, but then there's also the scheduling coming through as well. When we talk about esports as a form of sport, like we mentioned, then we talk about concepts like periodization and stuff. So the scheduling, when to intensify training, when to pull off, those things are just key, right? So if we can't see it that way and just keep pushing blindly without anything to back it up, they will experience some burnout, right? So there's so many small things that's behind the scene that we don't know that may explain why teams have done better, and that there's just so many storylines that we've been following. But although we've only got today and tomorrow, there's still so many games to go, so many possibilities, and I would love to see something that surprised myself.
Of course, it is our last day here, Tarzan, on air. For us two anyways. Yes, DK and Span have tomorrow, but I'm wanting to see some exciting stuff. I'm wanting to see the storyline really thicken as plots start to really stir up, because today, I think, overall, is the most important day for these teams when it comes to, yes, you might have had a good performance, yes, you might have had a bad performance in the first day, but come that second day, that's where the leaderboard and those standings really do start to solidify, and I think we're going to start to even potentially see some one or two of the EMEA qualifiers already by the end of these first 6 games.
Yep. But you know what? We spoke about HOTLINE because we didn't expect them up there, but we should give them some spotlight now because they've bounced back strong at 3rd place right now, and you could see we talked about how Sanhok is so hard to execute, but they were able to make it kind of their best map so far alongside Erangel, because Erangel is just a little bit higher when it comes to those kills. But you know what? Like, I'm so happy for this team because they didn't make so much of a presence before, but they have finally showed up. And imagine them representing the region as well. That would be some story there, YaLLa Wolf.
And of course, they've not even got a chicken dinner, but yet they're in that 3rd position. And when it comes to yesterday's games, it was their placement points that really allowed them to step up, getting tied for that 2nd highest amount of placement, or 3rd for the amount of placement points overall, where HOTLINE actually really did need that, because when we look back at the previous weeks, it was HOTLINE who did struggle to make it through into the late game stages. So to be able to get to that late stage, it then sets them up for the kills, which is what we were trying to explain that HOTLINE really did need to do coming into the finals.
Yeah, you know what? Like you mentioned, I never thought about it this way, I'm getting a little bit sad to know that this is our last day doing this PMPL. but you did make a very solid point about like the meaning of a day 2 in a 3-day finals, because like people, it's a day that required that adaptation most. If they had a very strong day 1 but they can't continue to bridge through today, they may fall short tomorrow. If you're a team that that needed to bounce back but you haven't done that quick enough today, tomorrow you feel like there's too much of a uphill battle to make. So you know what, I've never thought about it that way. Thank you, and you are teaching me something as well. So amazing to think about it this way, and just can't wait to see how these 6 games will unfold themselves.
Do you know what I like to think it of always as is the sandwich? So yes, we talked about the games and we talked about all of these 5 games. Now we've got 6 games. Our sandwiches got one piece bigger. But of course, it is that second day that is so important. And as we head into even more statistics here to break down the schedule here of those 6 games, even more specifically, Tarzan, because it is Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok we get to see twice over the course of tonight's games. And I think it really does mean that all of these teams need to prove themselves when it comes to being so good at every map and being an all-round based team, because yes, you have the good teams of YaLLa, GUNZ, Falcons per se that we knew from Erangel, but when it comes to those other maps, when we were discussing it in previous about the likes of Sanhok, some of these teams actually aren't so strong in that type of map, whereas others like HOTLINE have been able to step up on the other hand on that jungle. So it is overall about who can be that most consistent team, even if they're struggling just now, if they can step it up today with those 10 points, those 12-point games.
6 games, and this, format changed things up quite a lot, because it's hard to say if there's any team that's particularly strong on Sanhok, but it has not gotten the spotlight as a map. In those super weekends, at least, right? We've always talked about the Sanhok sandwich, but right now it's going to be the same amount of games on each map, each of these 3 competitive maps. So that could explain some of the difference that we are seeing on the leaderboards right now. But I feel like it's every small bit of change, sometimes just messes with your head a little bit. Right, because you're so used to going from this map to that, maybe this is a flow of work. Imagine even for us, changing things, how the show works, the broadcast work, it'd be so much to adapt. But they knew what they had to adapt to, and I think this is what we mean by maybe being more hardworking than your opponents, being smarter, and then eventually praying to the gods of PUBG and then making it work for themselves. So just can't wait for this. Quite a few storylines we're looking out for here. I'd say the few good teams that were up top, right, in the Super Weekend standings need to bounce. I'm talking about Falcons, I'm talking about RTG, as well as Alpha Legends. It will be about these teams that we didn't expect them to be there to hold on to that spot. I'm talking about HOTLINE, Fate, and Galaxy Racer. And so I think this is where a little bit of the so-called mismatch come from. But like we mentioned before, no offense to these teams, but we're just using stats. They've played so many bloody games, and those things really stack up. But I would love to be surprised for the right reason, as always.
I think surprise is the name of the game in today's matches, and when we think about surprise, it has been those teams that have been not only in the top of the pack, but also that middle of the pack that I think I'm looking at. Because when we did say, well, who do we kind of soft predict our top 5 will be, it was never any of us actually picking the likes of the HOTLINE Esports or of Fate down in that top 5 position. So if these teams can stay at the top, that is a story and a half to tell, because these teams were, yes, having their good days some of the time, but not consistent enough. And to see that consistency potentially shine through in today's games and then perhaps even in tomorrow's as well, that's what I'm really excited for. And that's what I'm really looking for in those squads coming into Erangel already.
I find it so crazy to think about how teams have made a name for themselves when it could have been just another team by, one or two small play that make the difference. Like, you can arguably say we are a top 5 team of the Arabian region, right? Like, if you make it to top 5, it represent. But, maybe some of these teams that just missed it have been so dominant in the previous phases of the tournament, but they don't get to represent the region in EMEA, and it slowly got forgotten. The name doesn't get as big as they want. So that just kind of pushed me back to thinking about the emphasis that we place on these small things, right? If you place well, if you're going to die anyway, where are you getting that 1 or 2 point? How can I do things in a way that not only do I choose to say, hey, that's as far as I can live in this game, but I don't want to give this kill point away. We don't even want to circulate around maybe a region usually controlled by a particular team, because we just definitely need them to come down from that leaderboard. So many things that these teams can try to execute.
And when it comes to, as you say, the more veteran teams coming into the tournament, my mind immediately goes towards both YaLLa and Alpha Legends as these two teams to really step up, I think, considering especially Alpha Legends so far down when it comes to that 15th position overall, Tarzan. I'm expecting them with their veteranship to be able to really bounce back today and to be able to pick up those points, because they're going to need a big bunch of points when it comes into these next 6 games. But even to the likes of those other teams who did look promising, also just above them, there are also SUDOR and also SCYTES, who I think, especially SCYTES in particular, are a puzzle to me, because they seem like they have these really good days, but then sometimes they do kind of overthrow that and have those bad days and those bad games too. So if they can have those next 2 days, including today, of course, go their way, they could also still reach the top. There is, I think, still a lot of room, especially considering those bottom 3 to 5 place spots more open than also, I think, those top 2 teams of RICO Infinity and NASR, who have, of course, started to pull ahead.
I think there's something that really changes how teams should feel when they are kind of at the bottom right now. Because you don't get eliminated anymore. This is the last phase. It's about how many, a few spots that you can bump yourself up to get a little bit more prize money. Okay, or that's kind of the mentality that you don't want to have, because you want to be up top, but you can, pull yourself away from being so scared of getting eliminated and missing out of opportunities. But of course, we've got 16 teams, and arguably 1 in every 3 teams get to go to EMEA. But so if you think about it that way, it makes you feel like you want to, just push yourself on a way through. But like, to know that there's no particular sort of punishment when you're at the bottom should help some of these teams to calibrate their heads.
And talking about calibration, talking about this in particular, I think it also, as you say, is, I think, going now into Erangel, of course, nevertheless, these teams turn to calibrate themselves onto the green rolling hills as we enter into the first game of today. Tarzan, it is going to be hot and spicy, already taking it through my favorite spot of Erangel on the Stalber Hill and going all the way down towards the likes of Quarry, towards Primorskin. I think we got to play this game. We got to play this game for our last day in particular. I mean, your turn next, I would say.
Oh, you were spot on with that one, so I need to catch up now. But that playing path, making things, yes, 1 for 1, and I will take my shot later on, but do keep me 1 Erangel to play, okay? Do we have a deal? But you know what? This is going to be quite interesting because some of these teams have almost forgotten maybe how to fight a team like SUDOR because they missed the last Super Weekend, right? So they came into this part, which before was kind of played by this GSU, who unfortunately didn't make it to this final. So that spot's been given away. So there's no surprise there. Stalber, Kameshki area. But this playing path will make it so that a lot of these teams who love maybe the farm, mill to farm area becomes just so much harder to reach. They just need to know where those vehicle spawns are, and for those teams who like to go to the southern island, they would need a little bit more work as well.
I think actually looking towards this playing path, this is a very fair playing path to start us off. We'll of course see how that zone will move, and yes, it does go towards the northern side, so it actually does favour those teams towards the more top side of the map, like Alpha Legends, I think also Falcons, these 2 teams who are in control of the bridge, the other one around Roshog being RTG. These 3 teams in particular have a lot of onus on them to be able to keep that control or either move elsewhere so they don't have to fight for that control later on in this game. And when I look towards the likes of RT9 and those teams further down, I would actually argue that RT9 already better off in Primorsk, of course, with that rotation towards the north side potentially.
Yeah, I think this is a very tricky circle. It really tests the skills at the macro sense of these teams because that phase 1 circle pretty much complements that playing path, and so many teams will already have a spot in here. So like you mentioned, it's about deciding, do you want to go towards the north to river side of the map like quicker so that you can set up and don't get gate kept later on, or do you want to just join that action, right? Still maybe around Rozok, maybe Ruins, etc. But it also makes some of these teams need to play slower and decide to, let's not charge into that side. Let's play very wide. Maybe we go to Georgiapol Bridge. I can go along the eastern main road, like through Lapovka, up to Kameshki, then slowly loop back, right? So this will be about how these teams want to play this, their particular style. Do they want to stay a little bit more of that center position early to make later rotations easier, or grab a few kill points on the very contested southern end?
Well, if anyone wants to change their style, it has to be the snipers. Whatever they've been doing for the past 3 weeks now, heading into the 4th, have not been working. Only 13 points gained so far across the first 6 games, an average there of 2 points roughly, and not so good coming from them once again. Yes, it was always going to be difficult edging their way in, I think, so far below the rest coming out of that 3rd Super Weekend. Almost 60 points behind the 15th place team of Rad out of the 3 weeks. But nevertheless, now is their time to shine, if anything. And starting off strong in this first game, you spoke about momentum. That's very important for a team that is so far below.
Yep. And but you know what? Like, I just feel like there's something that I want to say like about the snipers, because I still remember. I can't just shake it off. I can't remember. Can't forget. I should say, the fact that they were just celebrating, dancing when they know. They qualified
Oh,
because
yes.
like Arab GSG got eliminated. I thought, yes, you can celebrate, it's fine, but that you don't forget about the amount of work that you have to still do to make the next step count, because we're resetting and it's the time for you to show that you don't deserve to be at the bottom. But here they are still very stuck at the bottom. So that just makes me feel more irritated in the way, right? Maybe the fact that they danced and then came back still did pretty, poorly. It's just a little bit disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, of course, when you dance and then you go up against RICO Infinity team, who are, of course, currently in the finals, that top one team, it is always going to be difficult. But nevertheless, snipers, as you say, bit of preemptive celebration, except there is nothing to celebrate about being that bottom place team. They really do need to step up to date if they want any chance of making it into that EMEA league. And alongside them there, the biggest surprise for me was Falcons. And I put Falcons, for me, right near the top. I said, well, GUNZ potentially be that first place team we see in the EMEA league. But then Falcons, even though they missed one super weekend, they looked so good in the other two. I thought they would be much higher than that 10th position that they are currently. Only 38 points. And it has been their placement points that have been letting them down. Only 15 placement points overall out of those 6 games yesterday.
Yeah. But you know what? Like, there's something very interesting about Falcons and this circle, because a lot of those big games that they have to travel away from where they drop, which is North Georgia Pool, and they will still find a way in and control those mid part of the map bit by bit. But this time around, we have a circle that doesn't require them to move as much. Do they know how to play the side of the map? I don't particularly know. Like, my memory doesn't suggest anything to say that Falcons is going to take this game strongly, because we don't have so many of these situations. It reminded me of RICO Infinity team as well, the team that either dropped in Zaverny or Zaki. So we've got that northern circle once again. The last time I watched them went to Zaverny and then take a position for themselves early on that northern side. They did not hold that and got eliminated very early on. So this is round 2, at least for us, right? Looking at these northern teams playing northern zones and see whether they can redeem themselves.
I think if any map, Erangel is the one that Falcons do strong at. It has been statistically their best map through the course of the 3 weeks so far. The tournament heading into the finals, though, it has, yes, been a different story. And different story, I think, as well for the likes of iKURD, who also were heading their way towards the top 7th position finish when we looked at them through the first 3 weeks again. But now, very much alongside Falcons when it comes to being below them, actually, with only 35 points in 11th. And they're already getting in a little bit of a tricky position next to RICO Infinity team, which you can hear them scouting out for now. But it is if they decide to go for that fight, which is more important, because we also mentioned momentum. And if iKURD do decide to later on even gatekeep RICO Infinity team and push them out of the game, that's a big momentum drop for RAT, heading off of their great game yesterday, and a big win for iKURD on the other hand.
You know what? It's like what I mentioned earlier, like for the side of IAT, like RICO Infinity team haven't had such distinct lead ever in this tournament, and we're in that unresettable part of that tournament now. That phase, there's no resetting. Can they contain the feeling of being so high up on top, and now with them not needing to move as much as well, can they play these power positions? That is really the test if they want to keep being a winner from this region.
YaLLa Falcons, they shake hands for now. Boomba will keep themselves alive along the bridge. And I think that was a little bit of a close one to call. Yes, Falcons are all there on the northern side, but they could potentially still be gatekept if YaLLa decide to go for that mountain towards the west of shooting range. And even more importantly, these teams preparing themselves as the second phase now heads its way on to the first game. And where will it go, Tarzan? Towards the north, it will head red and towards Stauber it will go. My face is smiling right now because I am praying that we get to finally see a Stauber game in this tournament.
I love this circle because it's testing some skills and map knowledge of these players that have been tested very minimally, I'd say, before. Because the landscape from the center zone towards Stelball, any side, is just incredibly tricky. You need to know absolutely like all the ridge lines that's available to you. Like from what seems to be high ground upon another part of a flat ground, you have some things above you. Like it's very often the case that you get stabbed from behind. So as you could see how all these teams trying to position, they have that game plan. Like SUDOR getting literally like textbook blessed by the zone, dropping around Stelber. They need to show why they know how to play that spot. But you can see so many teams are just on the go. Whoever comes into this phase a bit late and don't know the exact edge to come in from that allows them to get info towards the center circle will get severely punished based on the landscape of the circle.
You can see all of these teams very, very carefully scouting their way through. You saw RT9 up against HOTLINE, also their NASR close behind the likes of Falcons. And these teams have moved themselves, of course, towards Saverny, but more towards those Saverny hills towards the south. And with so many teams picking these same spots, unfortunately, one of these teams has to end up fighting, and it will be R8T versus Falcons. Two of the top teams coming out of the top three of the first 3 weeks of play, I should say. But unfortunately, Prestige not with a team a little bit slower to follow up, and the scout will go down. Boomper confirms through the first kill, and revenge in return.
I feel like it's either way. That was a mistake for RICO Infinity. Like, if they are holding that compound getting crashed by Falcons, they were not prepared to have a split that can support the split player. But if they are coming in to crash, they didn't come in with the support to have a plan B either. So that is one mistake made. Another mistake coming through Alpha Legends doing similar things, like challenging a spot. Basically, yes, and they were in position to get those info as well, because the start of Galaxy Racer was far. They were so far from the zone, but they kind of out-rotated Alpha Legends, which was a team that dropped in Yasnaya Polyana.
Exactly, and that's what concerns me for Alpha Legends, is being a little bit slow to the draw when it comes to those zone shifts, and Galaxy Racer just out-rotating them in the macro game. And Snipers as well, a team that have been moving around a lot, but yet to find any success with those rotations, with those roams. Also, Alpha Legends not really got a spot because their initial position was compromised. And when we talk about all of these teams moving towards Saverny, moving towards Stalber, if your position gets compromised and you lose like RICO Infinity's team and Alpha Legends at the first player, you had to then research for a new location, which buys more time out of your pocket. And as a result, you start to fall down this spiral of losing time, losing opportunities, and eventually teams just being able to better position you out of the game.
Yeah, and you can see different styles coming into this game as well. Like GUNZ being one of the later rotating teams, I'm actually a little bit surprised. But you know what? But GUNZ being GUNZ, I believe that they know what they're doing. You know, with this circles, it has a lot of saturation in the compounds inside. But if you come in a little bit later, then those gatekeepers may not expect you to come in, you know, at that phase or that time of the game. So they can actually say that there is definitely no teams behind us, and we'll just play from that info. You know, on this northern side, if you find the right angle to come in from, you can always get more info. You clear your way in and fight yourself for a spot. But this northern shift will put a lot of these teams contesting for these compounds, as well as these very known ridge lines, as well as like small huts. So it's going to be extremely interesting.
But towards the edge of Saverny, Tarzan, it is a pretty darn flat. In HOTLINE, they're figuring that out the hard way, is they have to stick against the water. Their vehicles even dipping into it to be able to dodge out of bullets there of fate. But nevertheless, another team that we did want to look at here, SCYTES also up against iKURD. Behind them is HOTLINE. They will press onto the compound, and this is it. SCYTES with their 2-1-1 split can hold off for now. You do see the initial molly push them back, but SCYTES, they do need to reposition more so, as it will be HOTLINE nevertheless aggressing even harder in.
I feel like SCYTES just shown some weakness there. They took the spot, but they did not set up properly. They need to know what it means if they take these compounds. They are, by nature, by function, catching those teams that were pushed around, that forced to rotate along the shoreline. So they have to hold that northern spot, but they didn't and just gave the free entrance for HOTLINE. So that's what I mean. The things that we're looking at to see how teams execute these plays, whether they are still spot on in their game sense, and Sky's just missing something so far.
I think as well, they're the grenades a little bit off target in particular, which is a surprise to see considering how good this region has been with them. So SCYTES maybe struggling for now, but yes, they do find a knock because of their strength in their compound. Ghost wakes up, the shots now fire through for potentially a second. Yes, they'll be able to use it with a peek, using the wall to their advantage, and now HOTLINE, it all looks wrong for them too, falling down as well as RT9 up against their own fight versus RTG. But RTG, as you can see down at the bottom end of your screen, do lose a player. They press push up, but it's into a 1v3 scenario in El Chapo. That is not where you want to be, but yes, despite that, you didn't have surprise, you didn't have your fragger in the fight, and now RTG, they have taken control back for now, but surprise shifts it straight back in the hands of RT9 before El Chapo finally shuts them down. RT9, the first team out today.
That is a bit painful to watch. You could see RTG could use that as a bounce back as well, but RT9 still getting a little bit sloppy. Although they've got that one chicken dinner yesterday, right? So can't really fault them for that, but they just need to come in stronger. But you know what? All these teams need to be better too, because we continue to have this northern shift, placing them to that shoreline. We're running out of this high hills that's very strong, and for this northern part of the map is known for. And SUDOR, this is very interesting because they dropped the most northern, arguably, and they are losing the spot to these teams. So it's almost like they drop here, they know how to loot here, but they don't know how to hold and fight right here.
As you can still see them controlling the hill, though, for now, Tarzan. Galaxy Racer are making their ascent towards the top. But this is, as you say, how can SUDOR control? And when we look at their split, they are now being gate-kept by Galaxy Racer in effect because of that phase 4 shift, shifting away from the Stauber Mountain and moving its way more towards the Severny coastal line. And they have to be forced to fight at this point. But the problem being, MJ, I think more importantly here for Galaxy Racer, a core position for them in the gatekeep is his off-angle flank, while the other two members take on the brunt of the power.
I think what's important is for both of these teams to, one, have McLaren, I'm so sorry, that distracted. That's just a brilliant skin. But you know what? It doesn't help you get into the zone better, because both of these teams, Galaxy Racer and the side of SUDOR, needs to balance between fighting and getting into the zone. So however they want to split this, they need to get that anchor point ASAP. And that is SUDOR slowed down from that knock coming through. But the knock will happen again. And that is none other than Alpha Legends trying to put pressure on the very slow rotating SUDOR Esports team.
Still stuck in the dirt, stuck in the smoke. Is Max Cash still in the front line for SK-Ton? Peeks for the grenade, but immediately almost punished through by Dwice. Galaxy Racer have the perfect off angles, have the perfect gatekeeper way, and there's really nothing at this point the SUDOR can effectively do without some sort of knock, some sort of push, but they're just not coming through. And it's now another one falling down, with Fixter needing revived as well. SK-Ton, yes, they find Dwice, and that does buy some time, some space, more importantly for SUDOR, but with that blue zone coming in, there's only so much time that they can have.
Yeah, as you can see, that is the issue with the members from both these teams that we mentioned earlier, trying to send a member to get an anchor point or got punished, right? So that is the issue, by not knowing how to balance the rotation and the fight. As we see the side of snipers playing something that's not weird to me at all, like Marco sitting in a car in the water already, and these water plays can be very, very strong. You can shoot from underwater as well, but waiting for that shift, and Marco has to get back onto the mainland because the gods of PUBG say you just need to stop playing this game. You need to start fighting to get those points.
Bad news bears for Marco, but as well you can see, of course, RICO Infinity's team have also been eliminated, joined by now Alpha Legends. As well as we move our way down to the final 12 teams of this game, Falcons on a tricky position up towards a hill, but SUDOR track 2 will be knocked. Is K-Ton now the final one to potentially fall here? Is a Molly for good measure, looking to burn up that kill, get that extra point on the board, but it is a solo play to defend off 3 members of the Falcons, and these birds are looking darn strong when it comes to their potential to get into zone. They've already fished out another of their player in towards that play area in particular, so they have already set up their position. All they're doing is playing for those extra kills.
Very, very tricky to rotate in. Sometimes, there's so much methods to get in the zone. Sometimes you get someone to drive and then you have an overwatch look inside the zone. But these sort of landscapes suggest that sometimes you need to get a prone player to cover you as you drive into to bait someone who's shooting you from the back. So this is why it's so tricky to play the zone. As you can see, YaLLa is trying to repeat what happened yesterday because they got that chicken dinner to start off with, and they're now up with 4 kills with a full team.
But it's so tricky for them. They're still on the outside of zone. GUNZ trying to redeem themselves over what was a disappointing Thursday of games. HOTLINE Esports there will fall as well. Bad first match for them. Freak now has to stop the car rotation in. They find 1 knock for now, but can they find that second? Not just yet. Is Ragnar or Bandosh, should I say, will be able to find the off angle. Will, with the help of Lade from Fate, be able to knock from behind. And this is just so bad. The grenade bears serving a double knock, 1 kill included inside of that one. And GUNZ says nothing left, as it is a smoke wall that has been built by YaLLa to defend themselves against Fate as they move their way in for even more kills. In Fate, Tarzan, they are a team that looks so good when it comes to their position inside the zone.
They were just kind of one of the remaining teams that did good yesterday, who hasn't died yet. Of course, NASR is still in here decently, but you know what? Fate's just using the position so well, and they came here early enough, and with some sort of a split as well. Will be tested now, though, because they need to rotate in, but not before the side of YaLLa try to take out GUNZ on this eastern edge, I should say.
Yamazo got a little bit too hasty, got knocked by the members of Fate, as well as NASR also trying to find their own entrance in on the other side of zone. But as the shots come through, it will be Snipers Marco to find the off angle, is securing at least 1 kill before they go down. That's the return snipe back, as it will be Fate to answer straight in return. Falcons, though, they are still trying to decipher how to get into this zone and just allowing the rest of these teams to do the work for them as they now head in onto RTG, but it is almost disaster for them. But the numbers advantage finds RTG Esports down in 5th position. Is down to our final 4 teams as well. Falcons, the only team here with the full squad.
Wait, is that the case? Because is my brain glitch?
Excuse me.
Looks like to me it's 4 full squads in this situation, and it is. So that is going to be so interesting. I don't know, something we need to recalibrate our maths brain, right? But every team has claimed a side. Is almost like it looks like some sort of ritual. It's like some sort of a traditional activity, 4, and we all claim a side and see what to do later on. Send out 1 warrior from each team and then fight in the middle type of thing. But this is
from
not
the clan.
It. And so we will, exactly. So when to open fire now will change a lot, right? How to change your splits with the info that's available to you, so key, because whatever team can analyze the landscape in front of them to prepare themselves for the next circle as well will, I believe, be heavily rewarded.
But it's these teams on the south side that, in a way, do have that advantage, but the smokes are buying the space, buying the time for these knocks to come through. Nevertheless, so Falcons, Skies, NASR, they all lose one player for now. Fade are the only team still with all 4 players up, but as we mentioned, the smokes the only thing really were protecting them. And as those smokes dissipate, you do start to see those knocks come through. One of their own now onto Fade, reducing them to those 3 players. But a reef on that off angle, I think more importantly, going to be so crucial to get them out of trouble. As Ragnarok as well pinned under the tree, nowhere for them to go. The blue zone tickling away a reef with a tickle of that blue zone, with a tickle of those bullets. It will be Demar to knock them through, and Fate, they're just falling apart. There's nothing left for them. As the zone heads away from them, it will only be NASR with the most control.
And I think it's just so tough. You know, the side of Fate should just prepare this better. They were in the position to protect vehicles as well, but they've been so noisy trying to use that power position and now just getting punished really hard. And Falcons, maybe we have a bond with them. I feel like they fly better whenever we're casting them, but this is their map, and they played this dominantly as well. They took the south side with a 2-2 split, 2 to watch one side, the other 2 to punish Fate. So they've been doing an amazing job in this final zones.
Yeah, the caster curse of DK and Span, well, that is no longer here, and it seems to be Falcons Esports raising, quite literally flying to the occasion. Is can they still secure this win? 9 kills they have, if any of the teams a good opportunity to do so, but as they move their way into zone, NASR take full advantage of it. Boomper goes down, Never Alone is going to snake their way in, but is already knowing their position. There's even more. The grenade sent in onto Demar last as well. Could not be long for this world. Yes, a double knock through. 1 from each team. And Falcons, there is just only now Never Alone all the way back against the blue zone. But they will be thankful that they keep one of their players back for now. But there is just nowhere to go. And you can see the bullets flying in. SCYTES do eliminate Falcons in 4th. Still, though, Fate alive. Still, Fate holding on for now. This guys will also find one of NASR. Miracle going to be completely thirsted out.
And this is so huge for the side of SCYTES because they just needed these points, right? And the side of Fate and NASR, though, they are trying to take away the top spot right now. So I'm excited for them, especially for Fate, because they ended yesterday with such a high note. If they start today with one good game as well, it's going to mean so much.
This is so big for NASR as well, for Fate. 2nd place currently for NASR, 75 points. Fate still sat 20 points below them. If Fate can secure these additional points, take out NASR, this is a big step up for them. They do have more kill points, but they have less players. More importantly, the zone now phase 8. As it will shrink down in the next 20 seconds. But neither of these 3 teams are willing to make that first move. And we have to wait for that standstill, I would imagine, for phase 9 to really push these teams even further. SCYTES, nevertheless so, are using that ridge line, are using that dip to their advantage.
I feel like vehicles can still be used in this later zone. As long as you have it set up, you have a decent split, then you should use that extra bit of relative, high ground from the vehicle to get some info. But of course, it comes with a risk, maybe a little bit later. But we're getting to that phase of the game where that team will start to see each other taking away your backpacks and doing all these basic stuff. NASR, boom, will get one from SCYTES.
NASR reducing it down to a 2-2 and a 3 there for NASR, still with the advantage on the players, but they are moving in. Do not forget about Fate on this off angle, and as you can see, they take out Nabo, but returned, Asawi will go straight back down, goes crawling towards her teammates, begging for some help and support, but Asawi will be thrown into the dirt as Lay pins down a beautiful grenade onto Batika, and now potentially onto Hassan, but it's SCYTES who finish off that 2nd player, and Hassan will be the only one remaining. SCYTES have the advantage on the 2 players for now. They have the advantage heading up with the dip onto zone, but they can go no further. Lathe almost eyes on the target of Ghost, but that blue zone is taking away. They have to be so careful. That small bit of damage that they're taking as they edge their way in could be monumental. And as they step up straight back down, they take third, and this could be NASR stepping up for the play. Hassan trying to find the angle, but it's Skies with a snake play will be able to secure their first victory of the day. These Skies, we mentioned they needed these points. That is the way to do it.
My God, you know that there's end zone pressure, and those small things as well. Like NASA got the information, tried to stand up for the execution, but then the animation of the standing up just caused enough difference, and that is the issue, man. Right? It is these small things, but what a great way to end this game. And you could see so many teams struggled and kind of cursed them. RICO Infinity, I told them, Northern team, Northern spot, Northern drop, Northern zone, didn't make it through. Hey, you know what? We should probably leave that for later to talk about.
Yeah, of course, it's just the way the dice rolls. But we get to analyze all of how that game broke down, Tarzan, after a quick break, as we will join you guys on the other side with the analyst desk. Welcome back to now what has been the start and a brilliant first game of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia 2021 spring season, where it was guys who took that first chicken dinner win, but also a big shout out to, of course, our sponsor, Nemo TV, the official media partner of PUBG Mobile Pro League, National Cup, and Campus Championship in 2021. But nevertheless, here, Tarzan, it is a big shot for not only those sites, but also I think NASR and Fate also stepping above some of these teams like RICO Infinity team who stepped down when it came to their first match.
I feel like I can't curse them, but the statistics don't lie, man. Like we talked about North team, North Zone, and is a little bit sad. But you know what? Let's go to the match stats to give us a little bit more of that insight. And of course, it was SCYTES who took that 26-point game. So it's such an important one. And also huge for the side of NASR and Fate to really put pressure on that leaderboard up top. But Falcons chasing back now. We talked about this being their strongest map, starting the day right for sure.
YaLLa, even to an extent, they're in fifth position. Don't forget them, still 11 points, going to boost their way up and ahead, still further in that top 5 position. But it is, as we said, a big dip down for a lot of these teams up high, like, of course, RICO Infinity team and HOTLINE Esports, who didn't have such a great showing. But you cannot ignore what a brilliant game it was for not only SCYTES, but FalconsEsport, who showed up with still 10 kills, even though they got 4th, even though they only got 8 placement points. It was a big second place finish overall for them.
It's still, very early in the day, but we always talk about momentum, right? And that is something that it's almost very new to us, to SCYTES to have a strong start. They've got the occasional pop-off game. And so now, at this phase of the tournament, now that they have a game like this, how are they going to use it? I think that will be the main thing right here for this team.
Big decisions now, as we say, for SCYTES to be able to keep that momentum up. They have still, despite that big win, a long way to go to reach our top 5, and it will require all of these 6 games to be good from them. But as we look over at the best moments from this game, Tarzan, it was, I think, all about that edge of that zone and getting towards a good position, because it was those teams who, a lot of them getting caught out because they couldn't get their scouts in and couldn't get their position inside the zone. And it came down to those teams who had established it quicker.
It really tests on the basics, man. Like, you can't just play a strict center game. If you know there is a strong spot, you can't just go straight for it. It still requires the trading, the refragging, as well as, the timing of this rotation moving in. As you could see, like, Falcons actually putting so much pressure. Of course, like, them being one of the teams coming down from high ground, not having the Knicks cover, it kind of makes sense that they went out at a 4th position, but not before they've done so much damage to the lobby.
It was a big, big damage count that they were able to rack up. And I think this also works very well for Falcons, of course, starting out in today in 10th position, going to boost themselves up a lot more with that mega win on the kills side of things. But it was still, nevertheless, these extra little tickle bits of damage that did send Fate packing. And NASR got a little bit too hasty, getting forced by that zone. Nevertheless, it was still SCYTES who took that chicken dinner victory overall because of it. Fate's still making their way up alongside the rest of these top players, and also never alone, though, joining up Rizzo and Ghostin. The biggest damage count there through for Never Alone, almost 1,000 damage done themselves. It is a good return to form, I think, for Falcons and Erangel, but also heading now into Miramar. It is a little bit concerning because they've not been super as dominant on that map, yet they do have the potential still to carry on that momentum.
Yes, and I think it's important for RICO Infinity team to bounce back as well, because they've got some huge wins, like yesterday on Miramar. So, like, we remember, earlier in the tournament, we keep saying, at least for me, right, to say, I don't have a strong impression of this team on that map. But they are improving through that tournament, like you mentioned, and with some of the biggest wins that happened from them yesterday, I'm expecting them to continue with that.
And I think that is the onus on them to be able to continue with that more importantly, because that first game, having such a bad result, I think from the games yesterday, it does save them as almost a buffer for those 20 points, more so a 40-point buffer to stay inside that top five. But if they keep having those bad games, that 40-point buffer disappears very, very quickly. And it is so close as standings overall, even if teams are bringing in a slight lead off of those first 6 matches yesterday. And I think also to expect the likes of even now NASR to keep that lead and for NASR to maybe edge towards that top position and to see if they can also bring that good showing, because they haven't been, I think, as dominant in any of maps in particular. Yes, I think it was overall Erangel, which is their best map, but as we also look towards kills, yes, they pick up high kills on this map, but their position points and their average survival time on this map is a lot different.
I think there was only another team, right, that really definitely need to bounce. The snipers. I feel like they. I don't know, like how do I
What do you
say this?
say?
Maybe I was just a bit harsh about the fact that they haven't still found a way at all. Like I feel like every single of the other teams have won some games in certain ways that showed a particular style. It's really
Yeah.
just the snipers, like up till now, that I feel like I cannot define them other than the team that celebrated when they didn't need to. I don't know, like maybe I was just like harsh, but the points that say, like, even for HOTLINE, that's the other team that I mentioned before. But yesterday they changed my mind. They changed everyone's mind. So we're down to some of these teams. I know Alpha Legends still very close at the bottom as well, but they know how to win, and we know how they take wins. And that is what we want to know about these teams. But Sniper's still lacking in that department.
I mean, what is there to say? I think that snipers really do need to step up. I feel that, in a way, with all respect to them, they're just kind of getting gapped by the rest of these 15 teams above them. Yes, they were able to find their way into the top 8 in that first game, but it was to the albeit the win from Marco, able to survive enough inside the water. It wasn't anything flashy coming through from the snipers. In fact, it was
Exactly.
anything but flashy to survive as that solo player to even get those points in the first place. And going now into Miramar, they definitely do need to step up big, or I think just go home, really, when it comes to a few more matches like this. They just don't really stand a chance to be able to reach that top 5, and they can only then play for the money side of things. And I think another team that really do need to step up is, of course, Alpha Legends alongside them. Another bad game for them as well, and certainly not a thing that we would expect to see from them, a bad showing from that first game once again. However, I do think that Alpha Legends going in towards Miramar, they could still nevertheless pick up a good win, because when you think about the top 3 teams for me overall in the first 3 weeks of play, and when we look at those statistics, it was RICO Infinity Team, Falcons, and then Alpha Legends who do that better results on Miramar.
Is it very interesting to feel that as well, because it's almost like we've forgotten about GUNZ. It's really weird to say that because
Yes.
they've got so many points. So they were, how should I say this? Because they were strong on every map, it makes you feel like it slipped your mind when you want to say what team's strong for that map. But that is also the issue with GUNZ right now, is that they are lacking a little bit. But they're not doing bad, but they just don't have the big pop off so far as we look at the leaderboards to give us a little bit more insights to the current situation.
RICO Infinity Team still in the top spot, but it is much closer there. NASR catching their way up edging out the most placement points. Still, the most kill points, though, over towards RAT is Fate, YaLLa, HOTLINE down to that 5th position, and Galaxy Racer still needing to step up a little bit to get themselves back inside of that top 5, knocked down 2 spots as well. But Falcons, they climb up towards 8th, and it is very, very close between these teams. Only 13 points between a number of those teams in the first page. But as we move our way further down, it is also the likes of the Snipers, Alpha Legends, who we said need to step up. They're also SUDOR, who are having a little bit of a gap between them and the rest of these teams up above, because it is at 40 points and then towards the 50 for the rest of them. But I want to go back to what you mentioned there about GUNZ, and I wanted to actually highlight something in that first game in particular, was their play style and the way they're entering into these zones. Now, GUNZ, when they play in the first 3 weeks of the Super Weekend, they're a very aggressive team, as well as a team that can survive towards the end. They do go for these kills, and that's why we saw, in fact, I think a total overall of 294 kills. They almost reached 300 kills when it came to those 45 games, which is insane. But to see them now taking a very wide Stauber rotation, even behind the mountain, just to try get some placement points in, it's not the same team that we looked at in the Super Weekends.
I feel like they just want to avoid a very predictable rotation path. So we need to see how they do in that second game to say that they are doing something very different that we don't expect from them. Because I feel like there's so many points that kind of died a little bit early in that game. Who would explain why GUNZ didn't want to enter that segment of the map in such manner, right? Because they want to secure that early game. They want to come in a decent spot. It's just unlucky that they were holding a spot that is unresettable, right? They turn into that spot, like that uses car as barriers, can't spread out further to control people coming from the sides either, and that fell to the multiple sides of pressure, right? So it's just one play, one spot, and that was them, that one game. But so therefore that 1 point in that game when it comes to placement, but not before actually getting themselves 5 kills. So I still do have hope in this team. I still feel like they will come through today very strong.
Oh yeah, I think no one really doubts GUNZ, considering about how dominant they were in the Super Weekends to get here. It was over 100 points of a lead, for goodness sake, behind then RICO Infinity's team in second place. And I think they just need to have that really opportunity, that first game, to really set them going, to be able to get that momentum back up and be able to see them have a good result as we do head our way through on to now Miramar for the second game of the day. And Tarzan, it is your turn to make it 1-for-1 on the guess of the play path.
Oh god, it's going to be fun. I feel like it's scary as well. Man, this is scary for me. Let me think. I believe this is from Tierra Bronca, I'd say, Tor Ahumada or Tierra Bronca, all the way to, I'd say, I can't guess it, man. It took me too long to figure out which those two were.
It's a hard one. It's a hard one.
It was between those two, so I would take a 0.5 if that's okay with you, Mr. Island Wolf.
Yeah, we can have 0.5. We can have the first half, but yeah, you need to be a little bit faster when it comes to monitoring the waiver where it does close out. Is that zone will also decide a lot to this playing path, because I think what we really need to see now, if we're being the meanest we can be, is a zone that just goes straight down towards Los Leones, Puerto Parisio. That is what I'm hoping for, at least when it comes to this playing path up towards the northern end. Yeah,
I think it exactly as you mentioned, because it's tricky in the sense that it left a lot of these teams kind of in the middle of nowhere. Like, they can just about get to where they want, but they need to have perfect parachuting skills and to really float into there and balance between, hey, do I float really, really slowly, or do I dive a little bit earlier and just test my luck in contesting those
Ooh.
vehicles. But you know what? This is spicy because we will see a lot of that rotation probably coming from the teams around El Paso on that western side of the map to first wrap around Los Leones to enter from that south end. That wide rotation is important because this eastern phase 1 circle means that it's going to be quite saturated already due to that playing path.
An interesting position in the drop there from, I think, as well, the snipers, who I feel like snipers are trying something different here. I don't usually see them around water treatment so early on here, Tarzan. And to see them playing there around half the end of the pass on, a initial good position, I would say, for them to gatekeep with this zone for teams coming round, as you say, El Paso. But it is still a question about the loot that they can be able to grab from water treatment, considering that you can't send those extra 2 members down in towards half the end of the patron because it's already teamers there, and it's a lot trickier to do so coming off of that mountainside.
I think that the issue with water treatment is you kind of want to loot around it. There's so many split compounds with around the small junctions that gives you cars, but you need to have maybe water treatment itself as an anchor point. And for this circle as well, like it has a spot in there, but you can only mainly use it to choke rotations coming through that northern side, right? Like other than that, it's not going to happen a lot. But we mentioned already how if teams don't want to come into that area close to maybe Hacienda or water treatment, they can just go very wide from the south side. So like, do you use water treatment as an anchor point to, choke, or do you use that to get info to go into that zone a bit earlier? Those are the 50-50 type of questions, all down to the team and the predictions.
And also those squads up towards Tierra Bronca and Campo Militar as well, who we usually have to think about them moving so far down into the zone. But this time around, that zone is very high northeast for this second game. And as a result, it does now put a question on them as how well do they really know their compound? Because you can't imagine they know it in terms of fighting ability so often, considering that it doesn't usually end up in this area of Miramar. But this is a test that we'll have to see and discover if they can handle that heat.
Yeah, I think it's so important, to say, how should I say this? It's when it comes to the circle, it's an unusual phase 1, but through the shifts that will come through from this game, like it may lead to the later phase ending in some areas that they are more used to as well. So it's too soon to make any conclusions, but that will only mean that they need to pick spots that allow them to assess the next part, right? Like you can't just go deep into certain strong positions that can only work for you if it keeps going to there. If you have to leave, you may be in trouble. Those are things that you don't want, right? So these are all the map knowledge. And speaking of that, like I've been doing a lot of studying as well. I know I've been driving around, like in particular Miramar. Like I'm talking about hours of me driving around there with my vroom vroom. I haven't got the McLaren. I don't think I'm going
Your
to try.
Your beep beep bus? Is that what you've got?
It's a bit too slow.
Tell me it's a beep beep bus.
I tried, man, but I can't. I know it looks nice, but it just doesn't feel good.
I can't believe you. No, it's not acceptable, Tarzan. It's not acceptable.
I'm going to start a petition, okay? That needs you to drive through the south side of this map, maybe around Minas del Val, with a beep beep bus, and see how you feel about that. Not being able to get up a hill, but you know what? Maybe you're so good in that maybe you're just better than I am.
I know.
That's why you enjoy the bus so much more.
I'm just a pro driver. What can I say? I mean, you can have the McLaren car, but I'll have the skill to go alongside it. And I think even more importantly is we do go through to, I think, some of these other squads and look at their positioning. Of course, it is unfortunate fortunate for RTG, unfortunate there for NASR, as they do find themselves getting caught out early on. And it is tricky here when you come towards the split drops on Miramar, because we see it so often to not only establish positional control, but also be able to gather enough loot, considering that you do have to run for a little bit longer, and that few seconds do count in the end. And unfortunately for NASR, it doesn't pay off so hot this time around. RTG more close together, do secure that one away. Flame, very, very awkwardly descends down that mountain. I thought he might go down, but no, he does drop. He remembers to bend his knees. Do you remember when you used to get told by your mum and your dad when you jumped, Tarzan, and you got told, bend your knees, do not land on your legs or you will break them?
Oh God, like those are the times, and I don't know how to feel sometimes. Like you remember the times that you get told that you shouldn't eat a seed, otherwise a tree will grow in your stomach as well. Like it's all these things now. Like all of you are old enough. Find your own truth, right? And you know what? There was some truth. No truth. A myth that I just came up with. A miracle from NASA driving a beep beep bus caused the miracle or magic of his teammate dying. So how do you feel about that with the beep beep bus going into Minas Generalis? But before you answer that, I'll tell you something though. I feel like it's just because Minas is so sad, when it comes to entering and scouting for that. Teams tend to just avoid it, but because NASA just want to go straight into it, and it's so easy to get punished from someone who sits in those like high-rise buildings. I don't even know how to call them. They just look like giant bugs, right, from a sci-fi movie. But they stand up top, they third-person peek you, and just punish you very easily.
Oh, I'm trying to think of the name of the film. I can't think of the name. Oh no, it's the one where they're in the wartime, and then the aliens come down from space, and they have like these giant, crazy metal creatures that suck up everyone, and they're like bugs. That's exactly what I'm thinking of right now. And I tell you something, Cruz de Val is looking to suck up potentially a few kills here to make it happy, because it is sad as you say, Tarzan. It is a sad boy. And Cruz de Val, unfortunately for it, doesn't get a lot of love because it is so far up on the northeastern side. So the zone, they're trying to shake hands, they're trying to be friends.
I feel like it's still going to be a decent spot though right now. Not exactly in the city, but from this spot, all these landscapes between Hacienda and Dalpatron up to the side of Cruz are very strong, because if it keeps shifting east, they can set up to this wall for all these teams that needs to cross that main road. But of course, NASA's trying to fight back now, right? One knock onto them, but that is actually 2 kills confirmed. So that is NASA entering an area that's so hard to get out of. The second they decide to come in so far into Minas Generalis, they have paid the price, not just one, but the second one, as they try to escape from the high ground control from RTG Esports. So, you know what? Like, this is much needed from them, because they know it's NASA as well on as per the kill feed. So RTG will or can use this to boost their morale and boost the spot up that leaderboard, because they really, really need that.
Of course, it is going to be how these teams can boost themselves up. And, I'm not forgotten. And you question me about a beep beep bus. I'm still inclined to believe that it is the best vehicle of all here, Tarzan, because when it comes to the skill and when it comes to the potential of driving on the beep beep bus, there is no such vehicle that can even beat it or compare. I mean, the relationship that I have with the Beep Beep bus is very intense when it comes to driving on Miramar. And it is very, very good to be able to see the Beep Beep bus on the pro play and to be able to see it in the driving towards the later zones. And you may be wondering where I'm going with this, but when it comes towards the style, it is how you die, and how you die in style by driving if you do make those mistakes. And if you do, unfortunately, like you said previously, don't know how to drive in a beep beep bus.
Yeah, but you know what? There's something other than just Alan Wool's special love for the bus. It makes me feel like that's something that he liked to draw when he was young, or like maybe one of his dream job before was to be a bus driver. I definitely had friends who did that and eventually became one. But you know what? The durability from the vehicles is actually insane. Like, it can be so important in that end zone as well. And so you can still keep standing up, staying behind it to get just that little bit of an advantage from the extra bit from the height, from that third person peak. But you know what? Right now, there's a team that I'm looking at, Alpha Legends, because they're an El Arsa team. The circle go towards where they usually drop. So once again, we're back to this theory. Like the zone goes to where you tend to drop. Do you know that spot when it comes to fighting, or do you only do it because you know how to loot around there?
It's all about that potential of knowledge. Is unfortunately for Alpha Legends, they do get themselves caught in a little bit of a tricky position. Rock and a hard place as RICO and his team are going to continue to surround them. But we mentioned the ability for Alpha Legends to do so well in this map. RICO and his team, the other squad that I mentioned, was realistically in my top 3 in terms of statistics, looking at who wins out on Miramar most. But unfortunately, as you can see in the kill feed, YaLLa are going to decimate one onto Rad, as well as Galaxy Racer do take one down onto GUNZ. As they all move their way further into zone. But Galaxy Racer and GUNZ, again, you mentioned GUNZ making these long rotations. They are in the blue zone, but tanking on that slow rotation towards the south side. And this could be why, as we said earlier, that GUNZ just aren't really getting those points that they need to.
It's extremely weird. I feel like they were trying. Okay, there's 2 school of thoughts. One, whatever happened yesterday, they didn't like it, and they feel like they need to make a sudden change, and they're overreacting to it. It might be one school of thought, right? The second way is still going to be adaptation, but they're trying to hunt a particular team or something to the point that they just change their rotation pacing, and this is incredibly weird to tanking. Like when zone 3 is about to close, is very unlike this team. Like I would love to have some info. I may need to go in and see whether it's the same 4 players playing as well. Like what changed so drastically? Like that may just let go of the true colors of this team that was so dominant before.
It was a team that literally around the same position of HOTLINE, where YaLLa are dancing toe-to-toe, as well as Alpha Legends. GUNZ in that final week were able to come up with such a strong clutch and be able to get those points. Very different this time around, as RT9 also up against, again, RTG. But it will be RT9 more successful this time around. Jigsaw in a 1v2, doing the dance, doing those fancy footworks, but cannot find any confirmed knocks for now. Only low health bars, and as Surprise also falls, it is SUDOR, should I say, apologies, who are looking to be so strong in this fight. And once again, RT9 just unable to be able to handle this heat that comes out from the other teams above them.
And the small things as well in here. You could see SUDOR using that MK14 for Dan is just lasering right now. But this fight between them and RT9 was in the small things as well. There's all DQs, etc. But we're coming down to this last fight.
It's really not so much that can be done here by RT9. They do find one confirmed kill, take out Thicksten, 40 over aggression, but a bait used by him confirms the final member. Tigers down once again. Bad 2 games for them so far, but SUDOR aren't quite done yet. They have to continue the aggression. iKURD looked for the third person entrance in, but they just lose Gallagher instead, and down to 3 players with one in a very tricky position to revive. You do imagine Gallagher goes down, and the support on the front line keeping Fidin alive.
And it's so hard to grab this revive. Like you need the spot on Overwatch coming through. But this possible, right? But it's going to be so much harder if SUDOR knows what to do. But from what I am seeing, SUDOR did not apply as much pressure as we want to, but it doesn't matter if you can land the perfect nade, as they just pinpoint that position. And they didn't choose to use that to spray down. They did not do that. Say, come in. We'll let you until you get to a spot that we really know where you are, and we're going to finish you with frag grenades.
They're getting third party though. It is GUNZ and Lord who takes down the third member of iKURD. So there's a 4th person team comes in. It is iKURD that might just fall next very, very suddenly. SUDOR also maintaining their control for now on the edge of zone. And I think this is why you see them play so aggressively, iKURD, because they knew that he had to make a play with that zone shifting towards SUDOR. But with, of course, Calica getting knocked, they went in just that little bit too late into the fight. And had they been paying more attention to those kill feed, they might have been able to decide, actually, SUDOR RT9, this is a team that are fighting, the only team on the map that we can hear for now, and the only team that we need to really contest against once SUDOR are left.
And you could see, like, SUDOR eventually made rotation stop, some wider rotations coming from iKURD as well. So the off angle finally coming through and paying off. But this circle means it's just so tricky. Like, NASR down to those two players will be in the building that they need to hold down against so many teams that may just crash it. We've seen some finishes around here with this main dip separating two sides of the map. Is going to be incredibly tricky. But with Alpha Legends' position, they need to both get info from down the hill. Maybe Jody's in that position, the 1-3 split coming through, and they need to balance between getting that info as well as clearing all the teams entering from the edge.
I'm very concerned, though, how NASR do use this position to then reset into another position. You said a non-resettable position is so dangerous for them. They do step up, but a Reef instantly slammed back down. RTG this time around will be the perpetrators of that, as Arif does clinch their way through. Will barely get a revive, but it is their Flame who will finish it off with the grenade. SUDOR as well, back on the kill feed, trying to even edge their way in just that little bit more. But as RTG did actually have that initial anchor point further into the zone, they're not willing to fight Fate, understanding that they don't want to get caught by the blue zone. What they do need to do is find a better position inside that zone.
Yeah, and they did try that, but they just went a bit too far. That is Alpha Legends set it up right in the segment of the map that we expect them to know more than other teams as they take out these players trying to get the anchor point in. But RTG made that choice and they will leave the side of Fate Esports in the blue, and Fate are split right now. As you can see, Asao is all the way on the southern edge, and you can see Ragnarok still trying to get out of that compound. This is Marshall Setup waiting as he's trying to spray that one down, but Ragnarok just made it out, but the car is smoking. He has to make that shot stop.
But so does Ragnarok have to stay inside that smoke, or should I say Marshall here, because as you can see, Toel is edging down, but RTG El Chapo will bail them out. A second one going through with the help of Alpha Legends, and this is a return there, but Alpha Legends under heavy fire, and it is just these third-party teams that are upsetting them all. iKURD fall down there as well. I do believe that now RAT could be very swiftly joining them as RTG down just to fish out their final member, but Ragnar heals his way back up. The 1v3 so important for RAT to survive in this second game. This momentum is starting to slip for them, but as they peek ahead too much over the hill, RTG almost get blown up. One goes down for now. El Chapo can find, though, the return, and it is just 1-for-1 trade, but we couldn't put his team out next very swiftly.
You know what? Like I made my point earlier about this team. The test is them knowing how to play when they are undisputedly up top in the lead that they have never experienced before. Seems like they are not good enough for that yet. But they've got 4 more games to show it, and I really want them to make it count. And HOTLINE's continuing to prove themselves in day 2.
Well, HOTLINE, we had a bad game 1, and they just say, well, with that, we want the next game to be us that take the chicken dinner, and Jody is next on the menu. It's Alpha Legends, they have been whittled down to the solo player. HOTLINE now control the edge of that blue zone, but it is tickling away, and it is forcing the cards of HOTLINE even more so. Is Jody will be in front, will make their way towards the next dip for now, will survive for the meantime. Keep in mind their snipers as well, stuck on the outside of the zone. They too have to hold off against SUDOR, have to hold off against YaLLa beside them. And I think if we wanted to test the snipers on the other hand, Tarzan, this is the game to do it.
It's going to be still so tricky. Like, this circle is just insane. But you can see maybe paying off for the side of GUNZ. Like, they got the info from the edge. They are taking a pretty strong position that allows them like to decide which side to fight and grab info from. But you can see it's about the two valleys that make this so tricky. Whenever you go down hard to control vehicle, as well as being so predictable in your movement. So this is going to be a very hard zone for these players to play in.
Look at snipers, so they're edging their way up. YaLLa are right beside them. There's a Wilby Bandar to move their way further down. Galaxy Racer just not quite able to handle it. For the meantime, we'll go out next, down to the 9 teams, but it is the off angle. Here's a Wilbur choose down to the 1-for-1 trade. Powerful niche revive. So does the members of Snipers. Kabar will need to be summoned back to life for now. YaLLa are quicker on this revive though, so it does mean that a reset will come through quicker for them. The zone, nevertheless, not with them both, is that zone moves further down towards the south, and SCYTES, SUDOR, they are the 2 teams we have to hold up for the meantime, for the entrance into zone, for the power position to take this game. But as SCYTES, they edge their way up, it is SUDOR who hold them off for now. But will SCYTES be brave enough to walk up? No, they do not. Understanding of the smoke could just be a bait, but now they realize that their mistake. It is the time has left for the opportunity to take down SUDOR. They get through into zone. SCYTES still need to do so. NASR as well. We mentioned it. How do we get out this dip, Tarzan? How do they survive? And it is in this death valley between the 2 hillsides on either end of this zone. It is where you do not want to be. This is where NASR have to fight, though, nevertheless. As Snipers Marco walks into them, takes one down. Can they take, though, the second? Miracle now stepping up, but it's such a low health bar for Marco. Pre-fire is unsuccessful. Marco goes down.
Oh, but the third party will be very deadly. This Death Valley is not just because it's everyone forced into it, it's everyone looking down from the side. But SUDOR started this game right as they made it to top 4 with now 10 kills on board.
It is Falcons edging away through to 6th. SCYTES now eliminated in 5th. 9 points will be all they grab. YaLLa still alive for the meantime. YaLLa do also, keep in mind, have a fairly good game number 1. The momentum really starting to roll up for them. But can, with the full squad, still up somehow, some way. Yamaz getting it engulfed by that blue zone. You do imagine they are put down to the trio. Rad holding on to that high ground. So are SUDOR. And it is these high ground teams that are doing so darn well. Already 10 kills. SUDOR even looking for more. They knock down Bandar grenade straight down onto Powerful. It is Rad edging in with the extra pain on top. YaLLa, there is nowhere to go. YaLLa, their time is up, and they best be praying for the better round 3. Because round 2 is not going to go their way.
Well, it's close enough though, right? Like, they fought their way in, they've got some placement points, they've got 5 kills on board, so still making something like double digits there. And you can see Rad still using a very, very strong spot. But I feel like they just need to have more initiative from here. Like, they got into this spot like they just sneaked in. It gave them so much chance to capitalize, but they haven't done that. And this is unlike the Rat that we see. The Rat that we see, of course, have very, strong games sometimes and occasionally very disappointing. But they could use momentum if it goes their way. And if this is not momentum up to this point, I don't know what is. And they just need to take this right now. They made it to the top 4. They've got 3 players. They can take this away if they play it right.
Can I get a double digit so from this second match? That is the question. Only 1 kill point. So we're in between in terms of the results being good or bad for the meantime. GUNZ still alive as well. So desperate to try and make their way back inside of those top 5 spots. They do find Mania. Now they look to find the next. But Desha is going to find 1 knock back onto Lord. A second onto Radoof. And it's a solo player of Freak that has to pull off inside the smoke the 2v1, but Desha is searching. They do find a beautiful one with the help of SUDOR here down on the top side. Gonna knock down a second, even look for more, but too aggressive. It is the help of SK Ton that knocks out GUNZ. Down to our final 3 teams, but SUDOR, they've already wiped the essential amount of 4 squads off of the Desert Dunes, and they are only looking for more. Make it 17 as they find YaLLa in 3rd. Rad, the last one to fall. Desha, we talked about prayers from YaLLa, but you best be praying them now, Rad, because there is nothing that can be done to secure your win.
It's just insane right now. Like 3 players with high ground, with circle. I think it's about Desha knowing that maybe he shouldn't give a kill away.
Just die.
But the thing is, he doesn't know whether he is alone if they don't have the perfect, kill feed awareness, right? So that is also very tricky for him to play. And I think it will still be honorable to stay there and just play as much healing as he could, because there's almost no way, like, unless we start to have some tools and hooks and anchors in this game, it's so hard to get up this hill.
Unless SUDOR just decide we're going to run it all into the blue zone, there's no way that they win. It is SUDOR who do take the second chicken dinner away nevertheless. And what a big game it was for them, Tarzan.
So important, because they were kind of at the bottom before. But they got blessed by the zone in a way. They made one very good rotation to make sure they don't lose their spot, though. They picked it, they scouted early enough with a good 1-2 split, and they took that spot and held it towards the end. That's where the majority of the kills came from. And what an important way to come back in here after missing the 3rd Super Weekend as well. So I'm happy for SUDOR.
Yeah, taking out as well RT9 and iKURD along the way to get to that end point, to get to that chicken dinner. But we will break it all down after a short break. Reno, where we will see you guys on the other side. Welcome everyone back to the PMPL Arabia 2021 Spring Season Finals, where we are on day 2 of those finals, and we just saw the second game as well. SUDOR take a mega 17-kill win onto the board, and much needed points to get them up to the top of that leaderboard in that. And Tarzan, they looked like an entirely different SUDOR team, a SUDOR team that we knew from the week 1, week 2 stage, where they were the ones on the top.
The aggressive team is back, right? And it's not even 17, I think it was 18. So they are getting at least double of the points that these other teams are getting, because we could see that landscape for some of these teams who were trying to gatekeep others to kind of compromise their rotations. And we've got these teams who were, blessed by the zone to continue frag it out, etc. So it makes the leaderboard so chaotic in a way. Maybe it doesn't completely reflect it from the overall standings, but when we get to look at those game stats in a while, that can really show like how many more points they got in that one game. But like we said, much needed, because they were nowhere close before that game.
Much needed points for them, but nevertheless, Tarzan, I think it is also to look at the match stats to see, of course, how big a win did he get over the rest of these teams, which was, of course, that 33-point game. A massive, massive lead, over double the amount of points of those next place teams, and it all came down, I think, to the likes of not only them having a good position at the end of the zone, but getting those kills, and especially on the likes of RT9, iKURD, who didn't have that good game.
It was so important that they have someone to hold that spot, but then use some info to not be scared to go branch out a little bit to get further info. That's where their kills came from. There's so many teams that would be like, they're so scared to compromise the current spot that they don't spread out to get more. But that is SUDOR taking almost 2,800 damage. 18 kills in that one. Very efficient, very, very strong. Of course, very, very blessed by the circle as well. So I hope they could use this to really bounce back, because we do miss that SUDOR that you mentioned. Aggressive, strong, and consistent.
As we move our way through onto the highlights, it was not just SUDOR taking this game by storm, but also how tricky a zone it was for all of these teams in general. As you mentioned and described it as the Death Valley between those two ridges. So difficult indeed, especially when you have so many teams looking to come in from the same angle, that western side, because of how that plane path in that zone went. We knew it was going to be hot, but we didn't expect it to be that spicy.
And it's about map knowledge as well. You can see Saif know this spot as he take the high ground that they almost ended the game with. And that is the flank that we're looking for. That's the pinch coming from the rotation. And it all started in there. And RTG, of course, coming through with some great plays as well, knowing when to pull away from a fight, how to set up the next trap for a team that needed to rotate from a known area. So RTG is playing more decisive as well, and that's what we need to see from them.
RTG, big step up at least for them for the meantime, but they just couldn't quite find a perfect angle. Alpha Legends as well, a tricky game for them. They too struggled alongside, I think, the sniper. Again, Marco, the final player, and Marco trying their best, but the rest of the team, they just look a little bit too heavy.
And you know what? Like, Marco made some of those plays, but sometimes it's hard to say that he is the one who is carrying, right? Because sometimes you need certain plays require you all members to execute. Sometimes that one that didn't do their job, that eventually causing the rest of his teammates to die whilst he lives. I don't want to say that is the case, but sometimes it's beyond that. We can only say so much and see so much as well. But we definitely need to celebrate the success from this team, from that one map. I wish they can continue.
Yeah, SUDOR, they're 3 of the 4 players on the top players of the game. Fidan also, I would say, with a big damage, but there's Cyber and SCYTES also with a plentiful amount of damage themselves. as well. El Chapo from RTG, the fourth player on top, securing themselves, as you said, what was a big step up for them nevertheless. And I think overall it is looking towards that third game on top with Sanhok in particular, because you mentioned momentum, and momentum to me always feels that a team like SUDOR, yes, they have these big wins, but can they keep this up? Because is this feasible for SUDOR? And if it is something that is feasible to them, they could also see SUDOR at the top of that leaderboard by the end of today.
That may be pushing it a little bit just because we lack some stats, but anything's possible. They repeat what they've done this game, and but they shall be tested in more areas, right? We always say this thing, Highland Wolf, like we want whoever represents the region to deserve it. I know it sounds really weird. It sounds really weird because, of course, it's by every point, it's from every game counts. But you know, sometimes you do get lucky in this game. Not saying that is the main thing, but we've seen more than just the finals, right? In this tournament, everyone. So like SUDOR can make a point there, but they missed a super weekend. Yesterday weren't so hot, so it takes more than this game to slowly allow us to say, hey, maybe it's them to be one of those 5.
I think it is to see if they can be one of those 5 indeed. But on the other hand of things, I also want to check in a little bit with HOTLINE, who also had a promising game, but they just couldn't quite pull it off. They couldn't quite make those top 5 spots. And it is also on not only HOTLINE's radar, but alongside, I think, a team like YaLLa, who, yes, have been not inside the top 5, but have certainly been staying consistently towards that top end of the leaderboard.
It's actually very, how should I say, comforting to know where YaLLa came from in the scene, how they struggled through many of those weeks, got some wins here and there, but like Super Weekend, when we look at the point average, just weren't great, and started yesterday strong, and today to start off with some decent almost double-digit point games, right? Like, I think they got 9 in game 1 now with 15. I want to say this is them waking up, but we need to see a little bit more. We need to see a little bit more because there's nothing that's crazy. Anything outplay, I feel like they've gotten back to what I would like to describe as textbook done well. And that itself, by the way, is very good already, because sometimes it's about the amount of mistakes that you make that also define you more than sometimes how you win a game.
I think we do have to look at not only about winning, but also about, I think, the likes of also a team that have yet to still climb their way from the top. We've seen both SCYTES and also SUDOR be able to do just that, but I think when we also look around them, still the likes of RT9, who were able to pick up a win in yesterday's games, and they were able to secure a win on Erangel, no less. We still got an opportunity, one more for Erangel later, but the first 2 games, the first Erangel match in particular, it didn't look so great for them, and I want to see a little bit more from RT9, considering that they have had this experience as well, more so than other teams, to play those 45 Super Weekend games, and they still seem to be in the middle of that pack, still quite unable to reach their way to the top. And what is it that this team really does lack?
I feel like they haven't fixed, they couldn't identify the key problem, and the games that they do better are those games that they somehow don't end up in a situation that get punished by these things, right? So they keep doing these certain rotations that put them in a sticky situation. There's so many teams in other regions as well who just really get comfortable with tanking early phases if they know why they're doing it and how to do it. The thing that feel like RT9 do it out of being too frightened of certain things is the feeling that I get, right? So you need to do it for the right reason. You have the right skill set to execute it. But let's look at the overall standing to have a look at the situation right now as we see NASR claiming that top spot away. So that is a bit of a F in the chat for RICO Infinity team. 2 points from those 3 points from those 2 games.
It is, of course, unfortunate there for RICO Nvidia's team, as you say, a big disappointment coming through from them to be able to get those points up. But nevertheless, FalconsEsport as well, dipping down towards the bottom. Sniper's still there. And I think it is just about these teams who, like SUDOR, like SCYTES, who have had these first two big games, stepping themselves up on the leaderboard. Yes, they're moving their way up towards that left side, further up on that left side, but it is only 2 games, and we do have to wait until we get to see Sanhok, until we get to see the rest of today's games, because overall it is just that one team that is winning and getting themselves ahead, whereas I think a lot of these teams have been even on the other side.
I just feel, this mid-table is just a little bit insane. Let's do a little bit of that math, right? Like, I know not everyone can see it now because we've gone past that infographic, but let's first stop me from looking like a ghost. But, that point difference there, Fate Esports at 70 points, 4th position, and then down to 10th position, 59 points from the side of SUDOR. And we've got such a crazy mixture of team in this bracket as well. Fate, strong, game 1, and then last game yesterday as well. This game wasn't too good, but underneath them we've got GUNZ, we've got HOTLINE, we've got SCYTES that boosted up, we've got Galaxy Racer who started strong as well yesterday. So, man, crazy. And Falcons just under that as well. So these teams are going to add so much flavor to this mid-table. They are all one big game away from just going straight up, and is exactly kind of what NASR did, bit by bit, as well as the side of YaLLa Esports. They were part of the pack, right? At least YaLLa Esports was.
Yeah,
no longer the case.
If these teams, as you say, can climb up, because I feel that this pack has changed in a way. It's not the teams that we expected to come through into the top of the finals. And I think that is the overarching storyline of these first now 8 games that we have been able to see. But it is my turn, nevertheless, to guess where this playing path is going as we head our way through on over towards Sanhok. And where will it go? Where will it be? That is the question. You got half a point. I'm 1 point ahead. I think if I get this, I'm in a comfortable position, and it is going to be heading over from, I do believe, oh goodness, here, the mount. No, it would be from the south side of the camp buildings towards the top, over towards
Camp Charlie Hartin.
Oh no, I forgot him. Camp Chile, yeah. Oh my god, you stole it away from me.
Can I do that?
Can't believe it.
I was gonna say,
can't believe it.
You know what? Can I do that? I was asking yes, no type of stuff, and I was like, can we do that? But you know what? I got it wrong as well. In my head, it was cow, but I said Hartin, so I screwed up as well. And
no, I know. I was thinking Hartin, but it's not Hartin, and I was like, I can't say Hartin because I know it's not. I know. It's a tricky one.
You know what?
A tricky one from Van towards cow.
You take that half a point because I broke the rule there, I should say. Because should we make that? Should we just say it's your round and I can't play it at all? Be a good boy and wait for my round. But there's no good boy in this phase 1 because this is crazy. Like, it's not just the usual Northwestern Island finish. It's itself. I can't swear on stream, but it's just. It's so bad. It's so sad and so bad. Like, and the ground that we have in this phase 1 circle is all literally around half, and the grounds within it are all parts that we hate to play. So it's almost like we've got a phase 3 circle already. Island Move.
Tricky zone. But I tell you what is something that we do love here is we do enter our way through onto the match. Do see Rad losing 1. Nevertheless, the rest are born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo, and get your gaming mode on with the much loved Reno 5 series. And what a beautiful phone, but what a beautiful map more so here, Tarzan, because this map in particular, you know it is my favorite. You know how evil of a man I am, how evil of a dog I am, in how much I want these teams to suffer. And this zone speaks to me in more ways than one.
Oh, it speaks to a lot of these players, but probably in a less exciting way because it's just so incredibly brutal. But you know what? I'm thinking to myself, there are two ways that I feel like I can see snipers in this game. One, they're playing the heal strat. Okay, it's like option A or B, but I feel like it's going to A plus B. Are you ready? So heal strat. Okay, but B, white rotation whilst tanking the blue in the boat, then we'll see them on the northern edge. Like that's how I see them, to be in that water early. But you know what? Early action is also the name of the game. We've already lost 4 players, and a lot of them actually happen on that northwestern island. A lot of these teams will see that plane path kind of as they were jumping in the later phase of the game and decide to just go closer to that side.
I think overall it is about these teams fighting for those positions still inside the zone, because yes, you do have the potential for the zone in later phases to normalize up and be able to just have the Northwest Island on its own without the water still there, but there's always that risk that the zone still continues to go towards the northwestern beachfront, and that is why teams are looking for positions so early on, rather more so than looting up, because the priority to get a safe space, considering that so many teams will rotate so quickly early on, is actually almost as high as getting a good series of loot, getting those smokes, getting those grenades, getting those utilities on board as well.
It's really, really tricky. It's like the plane paths allow you to go to so many places, but just hold that thought, because that is Alpha Legends just running in and losing the vehicle as well. Are they ready for this push? RTG needs to hold it down. It's going to be 1-for-1 right now.
RTG is a 1-for-1, as you say, but Captain is heading their way in. The grenade from the support down under will secure that kill through. 1 point for now, but can the rest survive? The cavalry has ended up here now. The rest of Alpha Legends crew here to do the dirty work. El Chapo also knocked the second one, falling down for now. It is the advantage towards Alpha Legends, but can they keep this going? Marshall, 40 off angle. You still have the other one of Lazy inside the building, making sure we don't do any funny business, jumping through the buildings and jumping into secret hiding spots. But Alpha Legends, they are sneaky boys at that, and Kato is still on that rock side. Chaos snaking away around the edge of that building as El Chapo looks to grenade where Alpha Legends once were. They do find that beautiful one onto Kato, revealing the positioning with the help of Lazy. As they do confirm one through, they confirm a second, and that is disastrous for Alpha Legends. RTG return to fight, and they send Alpha Legends down packing in 15th position. Tarzan, this is bad to worse for them. But Rad also up against another team who need these points, RT9. And RT9, this is usually their comfort space. This is usually where they sit uncontested. But Rad, with this zone, they've moved up. And you can see the Rad, they're looking to push down even more and push a lead that they're able to grab in that second game.
I feel like Real Tiger 9 is a team that I feel the need to talk about the poor trigger discipline the most. Like Jigsaw had it, like Ram had it. Yes, of course, I know they have a good split, but he could do so much more if he just waited patiently. But now that is the trade coming back in, and Rad is actually with the disadvantage, and that finish hasn't even come through.
I mean, nevertheless, Rad do escape through to the water, but it is all but over for Mania. And you talked about that trigger discipline, but they go balls to the wall, and RT9 do take down Rad for now. Still one player to find, but it is all but dead in the water. Quite literally. Pun for Rad there as they move their way through into the next mid-game. I'm just going to stop talking. That was awful.
But you know what? I'm fine with that, like because we would do things that's completely new in the very new situation. Who would have thought this is what's going to happen as well? You see teams trying to go for the same plan. Both I want one too. Fate will take out so many from Hotline because they share the same idea. I feel like so many teams want to, make this work by taking a boat, going for those really, really wide rotations and going it from Bantai as well. So hard. You are okay. The thing is, the playing path started here, right? Bantai Camp Charlie area. How did you end up, clashing only at this phase of the game? And they are now both,
True.
falling behind compared to the other teams that dropped later, who touched the ground later.
It is rotations, 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 and for some reason, iKURD, we seem to be dancing, but you don't dance on the woman's head, iKURD. You got it all wrong. You need to stop showing off, and I know the Helmet wishes he could shoot his teammate right now. We've all been in that situation, Tarzan. We have the troll. In this case, it is Azza, with the bean costume, no less. What are you doing?
I feel like they really
what
need to know. Okay, the thing is, right, like, if they are doing that whilst getting info, I can feel that's fine, but they are in one of the strongest compounds in the middle of the northwestern island, and they could, really just, lay prone, like next to...
I sense sniper vibes, Like...
But yeah, okay, that is a very interesting way to say it, but I completely get what you mean. But that building, yes, you can stay silent. You need to stay silent when people come in. It's about that. We talk about giving away, like restricting amount of info you give away as well, right? So that is fine from iKURD, but that building itself allow you more things to take, right? Like you can find the correct side of the building of that window still to kind of just prone under. You can get so much info, but dancing in the small room, I'm not quite sure with that one because they want to, remind like people that yes, you made it to Pro League, you're a decent player, but after all, it's professionalism. That's important. We all learn from the incident from PMGC, like Loops. Amazing players, right? But of course, they have something to uphold. That's why they did it that way. But if you don't play the game to your best ability, that itself can cause disqualification.
True. But the bean costume, the dancing skills, that is straight out of something or other here that they are bringing in. But the skill of the gun, the skill of the positioning, the skill of the trigger discipline to be able to hold on to the position still, as you say, in the northwestern side, to be able to control that pound as it does shift that second phase over towards the northwestern island, Tarzan, and a team that were almost able to clinch up some revenge, to clinch up some points, nevertheless, were GUNZ in that second game. And you mentioned it earlier about the late rotations. Again, another match that they are taking the slow rotations. And you asked, is it a difference in the players? No, it is not. That is still the same GUNZ players that we know and we love.
I just really want to speak to them and see what they're trying to do. Maybe they're doing a little bit of reverse psychology thing because, like, to be fair, transitioning into edge play that is actually easier compared to center play because you have being one aggressive side to look at. Yeah, you can work on being aggressive. You don't have to always watch your back. Of course, you still need to do that, but the plan is pretty simple. You get info in and try to clear what's in front of you, like test the knowledge and whatnot. But I'll also give them this because of this crazy circle. You can't get into this area in the very known time and very predictable time, and that itself can push teams into more of at the early phase strategic tanking, we may call it, and also not just because they want to tank, they can even spend that time to loot up a little bit more, right? So that will give them resources to play this game that way. You can see that is the issue, like with this type of circle as well, like funneling teams into areas that is more predictable to some other teams is the reason why in this phase you already lost 14 players. We lost one team, but 14 players in total is a very, very high amount of kills in this early phase.
Sky, so they are opting for what you said they should opt for, which is the rotations round towards the northern side. And I like this coming through from a team like Sky or Side Celeste because they do play off of the strength of entering in late into the game, but the other hand is that you still have RT9 who haven't opted to move. You still actually have Rads Munir, who was hoping to get to that beach line, but barely edged out by SCYTES nevertheless, and we'll have to wait for now. That zone on, as you can see in the top right of your screen, is going to move through towards phase number 3, but it is if it stays with the ocean or if it stays with the land is the majority of this question. Instead, it will shift over towards the north side of this zone overall, and compounds like Hartin now become so much more important.
It's going to be, you know what, the snipers with this position, in how they are tanking like crazy. I feel like they are just going to try to keep a few to rotate and some to maybe, literally very religiously with no other options heal on the boat, still in the blue but out in the ocean up north, and maybe come into like fourth, fifth position with maybe one kill. But I wouldn't be surprised if they keep going with these to almost hit double digit with like 0 or 1 kill. I feel like this is their game plan. It worked for them and made them qualify and think they will still do it. And I can't disagree with that either, especially for the circle.
RT9 is a new struggle. Tarzan.
You sound like that as well. And you know what? I will let you reset that little bit. But that is exactly, how I feel like. We've got states, look at me and I, we aren't perfect. Sometimes, speaking for so long,
I'm dying.
that happens. So your patience and your understanding is much needed, guys. Thank you for watching and for your understanding through all of those. But yes, it is a struggle, like you mentioned. Like I appreciate you to give me a point to use, because that is sometimes in how a team plays and even how the players move. You can see they are struggling. They are doubting themselves. They are slower than they should be. And are you good now, my buddy? Because I think
I'm good. I can breathe now. I don't know what happened to me. I started talking. I was like, my voice is gone. Where has it disappeared to? But also, where will fate decide to go to? Because we talked about Hartin and how important this compound was, but not just because it is a compound in the zone, because more importantly, it's control for teams heading across the bridge to the northwestern side, but also for teams heading down that mountainside. And you can see on the back end of this screen, Falcons, one of those teams who potentially later on do have to make their way over to Hartin, or if the zone does go towards the mountains, it is also nevertheless a compound that you can hold up in and just survive and play for those placement points.
Oh my god, the prediction is so easy. Like once I see them in the blue, one with holding by the bridge, I already know they are trying to do something like this, but they haven't reached to that part of the circle yet, right? So they can still get into water. I feel like they won't even like stay in there, because you will see them needing to change drivers all the time, and they would just keep having a driver dying because he can't heal. He just needed to drive. And but I think they do have enough first aids to get at least like 6-8 points, like for them staying around there for so long. But this ending, man, brutal, very, very brutal stuff. Like up in that hill, the one that a lot of these teams tried to claim in the early game for obvious reasons on Northwest Island. We will see the blue zone doing incredible damage as well.
Oh man, but they found RTG. They didn't need to fight them in Hartin. They fought them on the outside compound and they deleted them away. Marshall is realistically the only one left to survive, but Ragnarok is searching door to door, knocking with the gun, knocking on that final point to be able to confirm RTG out as well. But RTG, a team that have struggled, will struggle again, but more so Fate, a team that with like the RTG struggle, have then been able to surmount their way to what has been a brilliant final so far for them. And it almost brings me back to actually the Fate that we saw in the league stage that 1 week, where they dominated the rest of that lobby and they got those 90 points in those 8 games.
Yeah. And you know what? Like, I think it's down to these teams knowing that there is a little bit of a change of meta as well. I want to mention, as you mentioned, that like some of these teams that succeeded or have been doing better and consistency coming into this map as well is that we start to have teams actually favoring using a vehicle on Sanhok, because it's circles like this that make them realize that you have no way out if you're going on foot. So yes, you are giving away a lot of audio cues in a small map, on a small map I should say, English excuse me, but it allows you to get out of situations that you couldn't get out of on foot.
Is SUDOR still on that south side? Do have to find their way in slowly. Unfortunate positioning there for GUNZ. Means the GUNZ do fall down. RTG Esports found alongside them. Falcons on top, going to find one of Galaxy Racer. And with just Galaxy Racer there, as you can still see, just one knocked player, but still the full squad nevertheless. But my eyes are more importantly on SUDOR and heading up towards that mountain of YaLLa, because as this zone centralizes around the mountain, we can see these teams choosing to opt for that position on to that mountain itself. It goes straight towards the top, and the owners on YaLLa to get onto the top of that mountain and keep control, as they do lose one to iKURD, but still even snipers to be able to decimate over SUDOR. But what can snipers do when they are still so far down? They have such a long way to go, and they're facing up a 1v4 situation with only one of those players aiming to get outside of the camp compound that they were in before.
But they're so religious with this healing strat that no one has a single med. They give every single thing away. Not a single first aid, not a single bandage. And that's them like stuck in that position as well, down to that one player that has literally nothing. And the guy who is on healing duty for them is on that coastline. So that is how religious they are with this. As you can see, Citizen X actually took that time to come in. And, well, is that them getting... Oh no, like that was a knock. It was iKURD who was in position to take that one. So snipers almost got one, but too much hope for that strat, and they will have 0 kills at least. And will maximum, like the maximum amount of kills that we'll get will be 0 as well, but they still have one healing, as we see the blue zone doing incredible damage to all these teams who fail to find a spot to enter this hill area.
That is an imposter SUDOR player inside amongst those RAT members who does get found out. Galaxy Racer just dropping from 4 players to 0 right alongside them as this zone heats up even hotter than the desert dunes before it. RICO Infinity team, though, nevertheless, they fire back. They take down NASR on the edge of the mountaintop itself. They will be able to eliminate 4 kills for them. SCYTES fall down to Falcons as well, but Boomper, not so much can be said for them as they are on their own.
This can be a huge game for RICO Infinity. I'll tell you why. It's not just about the fact that they have a spot to get into the circle. They need teams to react to them who needs to keep getting info in where they find there's no people. Like people coming from low ground, like RICO Infinity team is so advantageous. They can decide when to peek, etc. But most importantly, the numbers advantage. When there's only 14 players in the lobby and they've got 4 of them, they can literally take down 2 when they almost lose like 4 when they've lost 3 or something like that. As long as the revive come through, as long as the refract come through, they can really make this work. As we can see, NASR catching one of iKURD off guard because they just didn't expect people coming from behind.
iKURD, they were doing so well as well. They throwing YaLLa, remember, off at the top of that mountainside, taking down SUDOR, leaving with only Safe alive, but they got too focused on the mountain. And as RICO Infinity team head in behind them, this is R8T's chance to shine. They revive the fourth member back up, Prestige on the downside. iKURD Hellmend is not going to do nothing to stop the invade in. iKURD has to walk through the fire just to be able to survive inside the blue zone, but it's still relentless as it moves further in, as it will be iKURD eliminated down in 6th position. No healing strat this time around for them to take the win as RAT. They now control with the full squad the zone.
Oh, and this is Falcons. Almost taken another one. But they split well. The last time I've seen them pop off on Sanhok, it was on this island as well, on these mountains, because they drop around Hartin and they know how to split around it. So although they went out pretty early in here, not pretty early, I should say, earlier than they've done before, but still 14 points in their pocket. We're just down to 2 teams. Oh, is the snipers healing in the blue, maybe?
No, it's SUDOR. SUDOR is safe, but he goes down as well, just to 2 players. But this is surely R8T's win, Tarzan, as this lay of the land shows YaLLa there's no way back up for them. It is RAT with the zone. RAT who potentially just take this one completely. They can hold off if they want, but they do want the kills as they take down Dart. Will confirm another point through for them, and they are on cleanup duty for the last one. But they all split down on the offside, and now Bandar comes up with a knock, and this is RAT's monumental mistake as they all go in on the top. Bandar could actually take this game as a result, but can they find a spray? They just can't find the accurate shots, but they do take 2 down, 1 more to go, but Bandar is so low, should really go for that med kit, should go for the revive on that health bar. But Bandar, they have to survive just that little bit more. Use the ridgeline to their advantage, but they're taking shots, they're taking fire, they're taking damage. Is RAT, they're both down to no health left. Ragnar goes up the top. It is who fires first. The reload coming through from Bandar, but he doesn't get the angle. RAT barely come through with the chicken dinner, but that was so much closer than it needed to be.
It was actually crazy. Like to lose your life. I think it all started with the person up top not having good, peaks. It lost too much HP and eventually tried to challenge something, before healing or something like that. There's some small things that made it too close, way too close. And but you know what? I think they will still be celebrating because after all, it's a chicken dinner. It did not jinx them. They did work their way through with the numbers advantage. But if they were just one teammate short in that situation, it would have been so sad.
Man, to have that mistake, to send 3 players down, that's something to analyze after the break. Nevertheless, as we will head through the short one, we'll be right back with you with all of that breakdown. Welcome everyone back to the PMPL Arabia 2021 Spring Season Finals. We are halfway through our second day, and it was RAT with a close but nevertheless chicken winner dinner for themselves. And Tarzan, this was RAT coming back onto fruition, but it certainly was not clean, to say the least.
I think it would have done the job in a way, because we mentioned how they haven't had this high before, right? Like in this tournament, they had it, and they couldn't hold it. Seems like in those first two games, and did kind of terribly, and then coming back to win the third one. I wish they have learned the lesson, and then they come back to win a game, and now they stay on top with the right mindset. I feel like, yes, I'm also maybe assuming too much that they didn't have like the mindset. That's why they've been slipping. But you can see in this way that they play as well, and based on position, based on these like we did share some of these.
It's happening to us both.
It's the weather, I tell you. But you know what? Let's look at some stats as I try to catch my point back. But you know what? It's an interesting day for these to happen. But RICO Infinity,
oh man,
up top, 25 points in that one. We need them to do more. They've made some lead on that leaderboard, but never enough, because we've got YaLLa chasing very close behind them as well.
Oh no, we're both losing it today, Tarzan. There's only one more day to go. If we get
it's the weather, I swear to God.
Okay. It is. It's very, very warm weather in the UK, but nevertheless, it is also not so warm. A cold end to that leaderboard of that third game for so many of them. And I think, again, to see the likes of HOTLINE down at the bottom, but also to see Alpha Legends and even to an extent GUNZ there with them, this is a lot of a different look of a lobby compared to what we had in yesterday's games, where it was HOTLINE, where it was NASR, where it was even to an extent still GUNZ proving themselves on those 6 games. But this time around, it's much different. And yes, we see constants like Alpha Legends, unfortunately, down not having a good finals for whatever reason, but it still is surprising, nevertheless, to see, I think, in particular, a lot of those faces who did do so well in just yesterday's matches fall down time and time again.
It's GUNZ that's really, giving me trouble right now.
Yes,
it's so. I feel like we were so happy with how they played all along, and that they would expect them to continue in the finals and maybe not dominate, but still do decently well, whilst keeping the style and just bring it all the way, like to EMEA. But that thing's lost. Like, I feel like they've outplayed themselves. Is kind of what I feel like. Something happened when they were given the time to reconsider things and then fix or test things. They came back with something that obviously didn't work as well as before.
Yeah, it's not working. That's just a fact. We've had 50% of the games already gone out so far. In GUNZ, I think as long as they stick to this strategy where they consistently wait by phase 3 just to get inside the zone, just to even have some form of play area control for themselves, it's just a different GUNZ, and it's surprising to see them so down on that leaderboard as a result of it, nevertheless. But as we do head our way over to the highlights, Tarzan, it is, of course, still the benefits of the likes of YaLLa, who had the zone given to them, but it is, unfortunately, despite Roran falling down earlier, we find it karma comes, as always, to hit YaLLa back later on with iKURD taking down one as well.
And we could see the South Alpha Legends, they put up a decent fight, but they did it I feel like they are prepared, for that fight in Compound Breach, but they went so ham and went in a position that allowed themselves to be pinched. But obviously HOTLINE were the other team that's been struggling, right? They want to go for, in their head, they have that game plan, but they did not think of a plan B. right? They did not safeguard their plan A itself and just thought that was probably just something that would work. And the side of SCYTES as well, like made it close when they made this one in, but eventually got those 8 points as we saw earlier. So the heel strat did like work to a certain extent from a team that have very limited points so far. So this is how they've been doing this for time and time again. Can't disagree with it, but you need to have more than one ways, is what I'm saying.
Alright, Sivo, we did have more than one way to get up this mountain, and it was to flank around, and then it was to obliterate every single opponent that they came up against. RT9 falls down to SUDOR. SUDOR, as a result, with that knockthrow, were able to master a 3rd position finish, and it was this play at the end that really cost them. 2 players jumping down when the other member of YaLLa is already knocked and down. There is no need to send extra members through. When you clearly don't know when Banda is, when you know that the zone would go against you in the position that YaLLa were in, and they're very lucky that I think Ragnar was able to clean that one up. Yes, with the good plays and the outplay onto Banda, but as we say, that was a very risky jump down by those 2 players, and they are, I think, fortunate more than anything that they still come out with that chicken dinner for it, because it was, I think, the biggest mistake of all day.
And you know what, like, they still won it, but that is where we learn. Like, just because it's not completely punished, it's still something that they need to learn from. It's a 1v4, essentially. Like, because they dropped down synchronized good, took that one. But how do you lose to that, right? And if Banda even took the time, absorbed the pressure better, and took the time to heal and just 3rd person peek, he will have the HP advantage as well. And they just needed to respond to like the audio cue a little bit better towards the end. But that was RICO Infinity just going like, oh, his last guy just go, and forgot about the basics. And that is why they were not GUNZ before, and they were not winning or fragging like crazy games 1 and 2. Yes, I know they had some big days, right? Like the last day of the 2nd Super Weekend, if my memory serves me correctly, of course, yesterday. But we need more than this, guys. I'm sorry, but if you just look across all these global teams at the world stage, the bar should be set there. And these things didn't just come through from just skill. It's a mindset thing. Like, you need to know the difference between, oh, let's go all aggro and something, and between that and acting like a disrespectful idiot is very, very different. Like, you need to find that line. You have to guard it there if you want to go pro. Yeah,
because I think when you think towards YaLLa and you say, well, YaLLa still are a by no means bad team, they're a very good team, and they're showing that in the finals, but when you put yourself on a global stage, as you say later on, it will be another team that punishes you for that same mistake a lot harder than YaLLa did. And that is why you cannot make such mistakes, because in the end, if it comes down to RICO Infinity's team, 4 points, maybe say that they don't pick up enough to get into the EMEA League, that could have been those points that if they lost, that might have been bad. So I think it is very close, and they have to treat every game when they have these opportunities for points, when everything is still very much unknown, and especially considering that their lead has also dissipated with the fact that they have lost out on those first 2 games as well. But as we head through onto Erangel, we do have to keep in mind a little bit of a reset on which teams did well over on Erangel initially, and which teams did actually poorly so far in today. And I think we look back to, of course, GUNZ needing to step up, of course, in Erangel. Falcons in as well do need to step up in their own sense, but it is also towards those teams that have been stepping up both on Erangel and Miramar previously, like SCYTES and also SUDOR, who, including SCYTES, were able to take that first game of the day.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about this, but because the players know the leaderboards as well, right? They have that info, they could use it. Like, that's how the organization of the tournament works as well. To see themselves tied at 67 points with SCYTES as well as HOTLINE Esports, and then 2 points above Galaxy Racer, that can really get into your own head if you don't, make it count. Because I think that's the issue with GUNZ not having the best day as well, or best games. Now, with them being at 8th position with only that amount of points, yes, just 1 or 2 big wins, they can go back to join top 5, but they were so used to being up top. And I feel like they are not ready, maybe not emotionally ready, to see themselves not up top. And that is huge, because like if you are a team that feels like, okay, it's decent at this area because we've been here, or we have been doing even worse, I would happy that that's the progression that I've made. But if your lead were beyond 100 points through super weekends, and you come into this and see yourself mid-table, you probably have a huge sense of dissatisfaction.
I think that it is that dissatisfaction, it, in a way, do put GUNZ down, and I think also in a way also more so put Alpha Legends down. And if anything is a big upset, I think that never mind GUNZ, Alpha Legends have been the most upsetting, because GUNZ at least have been able to show a little bit of life, and we know exactly the reason to why, because of such a change in playstyle. GUNZ aren't such a dominant team anymore. But for Alpha Legends, they've not really changed up the core fundamentals of how they play across these maps, yet they've just been destroyed and put down so far behind every other team that alongside snipers, they're so far down, which is something we would have never expected from such a squad.
I feel like that it also comes down to, yes, like I know there's people who don't want to hear about psychology, but it's true. Like you need to be at the right level of hype. This is esports, but it's very different to traditional sports. When you come in too hyped, then your level of, that arousal, what we call, can really override your even small, like fine motor control in your gyroscope, etc. I feel like Alpha Legends have these players who knows how to play aggressive, but when they didn't maybe got that line and they went too far, and so far that they get capitalized on by people who were willing to play reactive. Right, it's almost like they are camping, like to those who push too far. But then you need to not allow so-called campers to be able to get something. That's how you have smart aggression, right? So we could defend them through yesterday, but we're halfway through today, and we are halfway through the finals, and they are at 15th position, 29 points, just 1 point above the snipers. Something is going on. Like it's only now that I would really dig into this side of things to think about the psyche, etc. Because that is kind of like what I've been seeing. They're stuck in a particular mindset and just losing the usual train of thought.
Keep in mind, we've already seen all of these teams play on every map now 3 times, and more importantly, teams will start to build adaptations to how they play against other teams in the finals. I think more so heading into the rest of today's matches, and particularly if they need to get those points in tomorrow's matches as well. And I expect to see some alterations, small alterations at that in the way that these teams choose to play. Of course, if they are the likes of those leading points, and even to an extent, we don't have to forget here the likes of Galaxy Racer, who still looked very strong going into today, and as the only, of course, Indian representative, still need to come up strong. But in other words, we do have to speak about a team who has come up strong, which is RAD, and we get to hear a little bit about what they had to say.
اختار خريطة إيرانجل لأنها تتمتع مثلا بالمناخ الطبيعي.
سانهوك، لأنه سانهوك هي مابتي المفضلة وعشقي بالجيم في PUBG موبايل دايما بلعبها.
أتوقع سانهوك لأن أجواء حلوة فيها الطبيعة. سانهوك هي أفضل تقريبا.
راح اختار إرانجل. السبب لأنه هي أكثر يعني ما بواقعية، يعني تقدر تقول يعني تشبه المدن والشوارع اللي احنا عايشين فيها.
I'll choose Erangel, and talking about the place, it's gonna be Milta, because it has been one of my favorite places on the map. We have been playing there since long time.
اذا عندك الخيار انك تضيف سلاح جديد على اللعبه، شو السلاح اللي بتضيفه؟
بازوكا.
السلاح الاي كام اسمه اكسو اللي بيجي برصاص ال 5.56 بدل 7.6. سلاح ممتاز جدا بلاقيه.
يمكن سلاح ACR، سلاح اسولت رايفل. المدى البعيد سلاح جامد.
والله هو سلاح موجود يعني بمود يعني PUBG، مو بالكلاسيك او بطولات، بس اقدر اقول الRPG.
According to me, I wish there was some cannon gun so that we can blast out those BRDMs. These are very irritating because we don't get to use them in a competitive scene, and while playing classics and all, these are very irritating.
Nevertheless, Rocks from Galaxy Racer saying what I think is a shared opinion by me there, Tarzan, of cannons. And speaking of cannons, Erangel 2.0, hello, hi, there's cannons on those sandbag mass. So, if anything, we should activate. I mean, could you imagine cannons being fired down the hill? That's scary. That's scary stuff, but good stuff.
That will be a very congested potato hill, but I'd say not cannon, but you can shoot potatoes. How about that? Like it can only do damage to a certain, like maybe only vehicles if you can shoot it well. You can shoot potatoes from Potato Hill. Like that would be amazing. But you know what? Like it's also very interesting, you know, to not just know like how some of these, you know, players look like. I know a lot of you may know it already because they stream, they've been household names, but when they talk about how certain cities looks like where they live, that is just amazing. Imagine, you know, having a British town, you know, to be part of the map. Like that would be like London. Like let's say we have London. Yeah, match 2 will be London, and you'd be just like, what? Like you don't know where to fight, and you have lakes as well. But that would be amazing if that can be the case.
Can you imagine the overlook with an AWM from Big Ben Tower?
God.
That's just one-shotting people from around the city. That is what that is. That is why you don't have London. See, we have to adapt. We have to like shrink Big Ben down a little bit.
Hey, you know what? I think it's actually a good idea based on one thing. We now have the glider, which I haven't seen enough. Reading, for example, on Erangel and maybe Miramar, in certain parts that's incredibly OP but will take you a lot of time to get on, then you can maybe use a glider to do that. You know, fly past, exit mid-air. Right, there may be a glitch that I don't understand. You can still die that way, maybe, but that would be amazing to see, right? Like, and you just land on Big Ben, but you can only do it then. Otherwise, you need to drive to the bottom, and you have to run up, you know, 60 stories, and that would be so interesting, man. But you know what? We can speak to, you know, like Tencent about it. Maybe sometime we may get those things and those changes that add things up. Sometimes we forget about how fun this game can be, and that is something that we want you guys to, like, of course, as much as we reinforce the idea of like esports, you know, athletes, like well-being, professionalism, after all, is a video game, so let's keep the core, and I think that will keep us going.
As we do keep going through, though, into the overall standings and get to have a look exactly, of course, how these teams are faring up after half of the games of the finals now have been played. We come for the team still in the top spot, and NASR still below them. YaLLa, Fate, SUDOR, though the more important team joining up to that 5th position, as well as Falcons just 1 point behind them, but is 11 points between, of course, the 4th position there and that 8th position. SCYTES and GUNZ eSport both tied. That's one chicken dinner, Tarzan. This is how close it is still between a lot of these teams when it comes to who gets in those 5 spots.
It's still very, very tricky, and I think this is the very sweet spot to talk about momentum, switch of mentality, because it's not just us. Every player knows that this is halfway. This is the halfway point. Like 9 out of 18 games played. right? And so this is very interesting to see as we track some of the momentums of the team. Definitely Galaxy Racer and Hotline have lost some gas since yesterday.
I definitely think so is going to be about how they catch up, because a lot of these teams from the bottom sides starting in that 13th position have now got potential to take in that top 5 just after 3 games already. HOTLINE Esports, you mentioned Galaxy Racer as well, just further behind. But HOTLINE, even in that 11-point contention to that 5th place as well, just 13 points between Galaxy Racer to that top spot. A chicken dinner separating all of these teams. And that's how close it gets, I think, compared to the 9 games so far. And I think as close as it really does get in any tournament, with so many teams, the ability to still, with just one game, boost themselves up, one good game, boost themselves up inside of that top 3 even, or with one bad game, send themselves packing, like of course we have seen HOTLINE already, down to that 9th position, Galaxy Racer down to that 10th position, still these teams to research their way back up.
This is a time for some good pep talk, not from me, I'm just making that point, if they've got a good, CEO of the team, good manager, good coach, even the IGL can do a lot of that stuff, right? Because it's not just because they're good in making, doing shot calling, is needing to be a spiritual leader. So important, not the crazy like religious or anything that's close to religious type. It's someone who knows how to keep morale. Is so important. Like, this is the time you can't suddenly change the skill, but you can keep the state of mind in the range that allows them to play closer or closest to their best.
It is at their best. We have to see still from so many of these teams, not just the likes of Alpha Legends, GUNZ, but I think in an extent I also would dare to say RT9 and even Rad, another team that we haven't spoken too much about, but Rad still have had the potential there to take fights, and you even saw in the 3rd game, it looked like Rad were going to obliterate RT9, but instead it was Rad who got obliterated themselves. And Rad, a team that did obviously come out a little bit soft coming from the 45 Super Weekend games. They did, of course, finish in that 15th spot, but they were much further ahead than Snipers. They were a lot more closer to those teams above them. And I think Rad have improved from the Super Weekend over towards the finals, but it is about how much more they can improve specifically going into that second half.
I think Rad's been around that area for too long now, and now that you can't just say, hey, we can say we're not so good in points, we got 3 chicken dinner, hey, like that doesn't happen anymore, right? Because you want to qualify for EMEA. You don't have consolation prize for occasional success. It's not the game right here, right? So many things on the table, so many things for these players to prove. And I think my hope would be for Alpha Legends to bounce back. I feel like, because instead of saying, we talk about how often some teams on top and how they respond to it, right? Because Alpha Legends definitely top pack almost consistently through almost all league plays or Super Weekend. They're so used to seeing themselves maybe top 4 or 5. And then they need to suddenly, almost the first time in the past 3 weeks, this is the 4th week, guys, that they need to look at the table and see their name pretty at the bottom. What's the coping mechanism, man? Like, do we just say, oh, we're there because we need to do this, we need to do that, we need to do that? Don't say too many points, because you can't digest all of them. They focus on some very key things. I feel like they are also trying to cope, but in a way that's not exactly working. Like I mentioned, they say we need to be more aggressive. Seems like it's what they wanted to do, but then they suddenly lost control when it comes to needing to guard that line of smart aggression. So there's a lot more coming through as well, but there are certain things that they've done right, pulling away from situations, but we definitely need more than that from this team.
And if you are that leader of Alpha Legends, it'll be interesting to see what you would have to say. But I do have to obviously introduce the fourth game, which is over on Erangel We Fly. And nevertheless, welcome everyone to the exciting match here. Renault 5, as you can see, born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your game mode on with the much-loved Renault 5 series in Tarzan. I do have to, of course, steal the show, but that playing path nevertheless does back. Hello, everyone. Of course, apologies for that short break as we head our way back through on to the call. And as we have to wait, we have to pause down, we have to stop for a minute and regroup, refresh ourselves here is for the fourth match for now. And as we re-enter it a second time, we get to come back through onto RTG, entering their way through on the vehicles, and RAT as well. A beautiful buggy, nevertheless. And they spy, well, we've got a red buggy, we could have a yellow buggy too. And then they decide to take both.
Yeah, technical issues ain't got nothing on us. Sometimes you just gotta pray. But for these players, you should certainly shouldn't play, you know, and rely on praying, I should say, in these early game, because you've done your homework, right? This is the time to hunt. Like, this is how I see it. Early game and where you show how you've done your homework and how you can, you know, make it, you know, capitalize on it, should I say. So YaLLa Esports, better than we expected before, but now needing to do more. And Alpha Legends, definitely, we spoke about that so many times now, and uncontested in Yes Naya. Let's see how they can make this work.
Alpha Legends, what can they do to make this work for themselves? Because you mentioned about Yes Naya, and when we spoke about the zone last time around, they were gifted away inside of the zone through Yes Naya onto Stalber to be able to make it through to Savoni later on, but they couldn't handle that pressure of all of those teams over on that North Island. Instead, this time around, this zone does look like it has gone towards the south side, away from Yes Naya Polyana, so they will have to do a little bit more traveling, nevertheless, through those barrel holes and into the more central portion of Erangel. And if Alpha Legends is, I wanted to also ask you here, Tarzan, is if you are a leader of this team, what do you say to them? What do you do to convince a team after 9 games, coming off of a 3rd place finish in the Super Weekends, is in 15th?
I feel like I would give them a little bit of a boost, like a little extra incentive, right? To say, if you guys can win this next one, I may give you like some sort of small gift or something. But like before, that is probably the last thing I would say. The first thing would be, of course, based on my understanding of the players, and just give them a good speech, like remind them of their strengths, like remind them of all the things that happen in the history of this world, how people bounce back, like how they shouldn't tunnel too much into this. And then once they have a bigger view to zoom out, then they can start to recuperate. One thing that I definitely do is do some breathing exercises that has been used in elite sport as well as in the Marines to make sure that people don't get, caught by the stress, like all these things are. So it's a very holistic approach, what I would say. So all around it, make sure they do things that help manage their body, remind them of, their strengths, and then give them a little bit of incentive as well. And they're not too big that they will feel like they are missing out, right? It's like, I've lost 3 players early. Now I don't get the $1 million. I'm going to be so sad. Like, there's nothing like that, right? But it would be some sort of a thing to like, at least remind them that I always got their back.
And talking about the momentum, Fate, you can see already 78 points. And with half of the games gone, I think the Fate sitting in a position where it could work out well for them, but I have to hold that thought because Galaxy Racer not working out at all for Ultron will just get taken down by the members of RTG, and they step back into losing once again. A mistake in the rotations early on cost one of their players, and Galaxy Race is not something you want to see from them, considering they have been looking a little shaky and have obviously dropped their position, considering that they did start 5th overall, and Fate have continued yet above them to stay in that 4th.
You know why? Like that was, a really bad death, because that square compound, like is a typical one where you could see all the cars parked in between if you know the render distance from maybe the north side. Like it's one of those compounds that you would, no matter how well you park your cars, like when you are at the right distance, you can see everything through the buildings. But then to still die to it is just extremely sad. It may be because of the info coming through from Galaxy Racer not being thorough enough and putting their teammate in that very tricky situation. But now they at least found themselves someplace to call home. It's not going to be easy. The info from here is limited, although it's decent, but there is always someone who can play stealthy above you from the high ground.
RICO Infinite's team also coming off of what was their chicken dinner, keep in mind, in Sanhok. And I think for R8T, they obviously do have 2 wins now under their belt. They have these strong games, and yes, they of course with those 2 wins are in the top, but I feel that despite they are in the top, and it's not to take away from what has been overall a good finals tournament from them, the other teams have more holistically performed better than R8T. And that may be weird to say because obviously R8T do have more points, but when it comes to those small plays and when it comes to the mistakes, I think even in today's games that R8T have made, I'm surprised that with that one game, they were able to claw themselves back so much.
Yeah, and you know what? Like, it's really tricky to say all these because, like, as we mentioned at the start of today's broadcast, it's a different requirement at any phase of the game. Like, league play is one thing. Super Weekend added together is another thing. Finals with different amount of games and how it's like all in one row is once again a different type of game. So we definitely know how GUNZ Esports excel, but do they excel here is something that we're not quite sure. But speaking of being up top, RICO Infinity's team will first receive a knock coming from none other than the struggling Alpha Legends.
It's beautiful stuff from Fate, nevertheless. So to be able to pincer out Delthap and put them on the run, that vehicle burning means they did have to stop. They've already cleared out Zedha. So that is going to be one more less player for Rad that they can work with, and 1 kill confirmed through. 1 kill maybe get confirmed through from RICO Infinity team as Joel was not, but 1-for-1 trade is Jody, such a core player, taken down, but NASR, a core player nevertheless for R8T, might just get driven over. The drop out, the shot on point is R8T from chicken dinner winners to last place finish. Alpha Legends take them down, and what a big turn of events.
Can I be harsh? Because I want to be so harsh.
Yes,
like,
be harsh. I want to hear it.
I feel like if you don't know how to be up top, to control your aggression and how to control your hype and to use momentum, right, to snowball it, don't represent a region. Come on, like you get one day and you think you're the beast. Like you got one good day. Like that's what happened with them the other Super Weekend as well. Came back and played terribly. And then they got one day, yes, we'll give you that. But if you can't hold, if you can't use the hype, you can't use momentum, then what's the point of winning games then? Like you're just taking it there and they keep making certain mistakes. Obviously, they need to do their homework. The Alpha Legends play those barrel holes so many times in this tournament. How can you go in there with no preparation? How can you keep taking certain fights when you could control a skirmish better? You are giving the huge momentum swing from you being the last chicken dinner winner as well as being up top and giving it to a team that's struggling. Alpha Legends is so happy. And think about being Alpha Legends right now. We are back. If there's a sign, this is it. Top.
Yeah, indeed.
Right?
And unfortunately, fair for RAT, I feel like they almost peaked, right? They almost peaked when it came to the end of the Super Weekend, coming off into the third week with how well they performed. But then coming into the finals, yes, they are the top team. And that is not to take away, as we say, we don't disagree that they have still played well enough to be able to take that top spot. But this is what I'm talking about, right? Where they don't feel like they are that top team when it comes to every game overall.
Exactly. Like, I mean, through many of the other. Okay, when we talk about consistency, we are at least looking across 2 days to 3 days, right? And that's all they need, to control their mojo, control their aggression, to keep doing the right thing without going overboard. But there's a difference between being unlucky to end in 16th place. But guys, bear in mind, at pro play, if you go out first, there's no lack of luck. There's only lack of preparation, mentality, and skill. Like, there's because you had to study, and then you can always scout, you can always damage control, but they did not do any of that well enough to get wiped, right? So that is why we've been so harsh on them. We've been casting different pro teams, tier 1, different regions. We've seen teams who have been defined by how they can lose 2 players and still get points. But it's too much of all or nothing for RICO Infinity team. That is definitely an area that we need them to improve on to be very deserving to represent our region, guys.
It's scary to consider that, yes, they fight now, they get through to possibly EMEA League, but who do they have to face there? That is the real question indeed. Because as we say, if YaLLa don't take them out, another team would punish them for such mistakes. And Alpha Legends did just that. They take 4-3 kills. And the momentum shift as well for a team like Alpha Legends. We said, what do you need? And you said, well, you need some good pep talk. You need to get that momentum rolling. And if this isn't momentum rolling, I don't know what is for Alpha Legends. If they don't have a good momentum shift with this, as they go into now another fight, what is they have to now go up against another of the top team of the Super Weekend, up against GUNZ and Alpha Legends. They might have bitten off more than they can chew. One already down for the count. Now a second might just fall straight down afterwards. The grenade comes on over, but now Kato as well will just be knocked in return, and this is Alpha Legends back down in the dirt as Captain will fall as well. Alpha Legends next to fall.
You know what? Like, momentum not being used well is just, you've got so many ways. Just take those 4 points and know that you don't need to crash them. Okay, it's a compound that you may want to take, but at this phase of the game, maybe no, because if you could scout around the exactly, like, you can scout it if you want to claim it, but do you even have to claim it? Like, sometimes we know that compound, like, of course, GUNZ held it, and if it keeps going to them, if they know how to play it, fine. But some shift means that those barn houses, like, will not protect all of your vehicles. That's the price of taking that compound. Seems like Alpha Legends have not considered everything. But they want that compound, then fair, then scout it. But they full send trio, like, and then all in one building, and then to a very well set up and prepared, experienced team being GUNZ. So that is GUNZ, now momentum on their side as well. So I feel like we've got 2 examples of momentum not used well. You're not transitioning into doing the textbook, the basics. We're talking about scouting here, guys. We're not just being harsh, but basically scout it. There's points and ridge lines on the north side, 200 meters, like straight north from that compound. I played it before. I've coached it. I play it as a player. Go do the same thing. Go in game and check it. They could done that. They could have done that. No preparation. Didn't even shot stop. Just straight crash. Right. And those spots are open for them to use to scout as well. That is why we've been so harsh. So 2 examples here, right? Ours, like RICO Infinity team, not making that work. Momentum from Chicken Dinner, and then squad wipe of this top team coming from Alpha Legends, not used well once again. I feel like GUNZ won't be the team that will use it poorly, especially when they have such a center compound that has so much potential to spray down rotating enemies.
Third time's a charm, but this zone goes back to what we've already seen in the tournament beforehand, which was this position on the coastal line so open, and I think it is very risky for teams to go up here, especially considering that SUDOR do go all the way to the end. Yes, it is strong to hold towards that end point, but you do risk understanding you are on the edge of zone, whereas what, of course, teams are going to be looking for is actually where RTG control in those barn houses is such a strong central point of this game. And RTG, as long as they can hold off their game guns in the meantime, whoever wins this fight wins a lot of control for the rest of this game. And as you said, GUNZ momentum, it looks like it is shifting in their way.
And I believe in them. Like, I think it's that fight itself gives them a lot. Like, they just know how to use momentum. I feel like they needed this, and they need a win because they're so used to winning. 9 chicken dinners out of those 45 is insane. So I think they can do this
win
using
rate.
that. It's crazy. It's crazy. If they can do the same in here, that is, they still got the chance to catch up, right? So bit by bit, baby steps. Like, we don't want to go too far, but they've now got 5 points, and with enemies known in certain areas, in an area that can really farm kills. If other players do come in here without scouting, that's definitely one way to get those kills.
RTG, they're down to the solo player, but Falcons as well up against YaLLa, but it is the 1-for-1 Boomper from one side, the others from the other. Is Falcons, they are looking their best, their hardest to also get this momentum train back on rolling, back on this track. But what can they do? Damar is in a 1 versus 2 versus Powerful and Yamas. So Molly pushes them further back behind the hill, behind the ridgeline, dodges out in a grenade for now. Powerful Yamas as well, going to be split by an own grenade coming through from Damar as the smokes will now be effectively positioned to extend this fight for longer. Yamas going to reposition in the buggy, going to look for an alternative route round as RTG Esports do fall finally down to GUNZ. YaLLa will tank up the blue zone in phase 4, but to survive for longer for now, as they do have to make it such a wide rotation to also dodge out HOTLINE, but will, with a sliver of health, be able to survive for the meantime. And I like that they also stop on this position, because a less experienced team, and you see the mistake they're coming through from Powerful in particular, is they pull up too far. And if Powerful actually had stuck with Yamas, you don't get caught by the likes of RT9 or another team who could have, of course, been sat there.
And you know what? Like, that was just also a missed opportunity coming from Falcons as well, because they smoked their own sight lines and allowed YaLLa to get away, like, from that wide rotation. But let's hold that thought, because it's going to be interesting. A lot of these teams don't want to go into area of control by GUNZ, but they eventually have to. The circle goes towards there, so this is great for GUNZ, but it's also needed for both SUDOR and SCYTES. Like, all these teams to know how much to fight, how much to scout, how to balance up.
SUDOR, they made their way from what was a 13th position at the start of the day to 6th. This is a SUDOR that, as we expected, we saw at the start of the competition, so strong, so aggressive, but a smart aggression that comes out from them, the ability to consistently survive towards the later stages of zones, even if albeit they have to use healing strats to do so. And as you can see, a wounded snipers only now getting back on their feet, but SUDOR very patiently will hold on for now, because they are aware there's so many of these teams, as you say, they have to move into GUNZ, and they can take advantage of this. Spraying down onto iKURD, they won't be as successful, but they can be successful here in taking advantage of this knocked player. And boom, almost. Oh, I thought it would get it. Oh man, I thought I was SUDOR setting up for a double. Nevertheless, they don't take it. iKURD will get wiped, though. That is for certain. That is red health bars everywhere, Tarzan. And GUNZ, they just take team after team after team, they keep walking in this compound.
And like iKURD were just not prepared enough coming in. They got one to drive, and then two in three in the other car. How about a 2-2? Then you still have two gunners, but you put so much bet onto that one team, and that is costing so much of that. Like the blow up of the vehicle on the side caused them to go incredibly low. But there's so many points that these teams can play. So that is the test of these spots, and Fate found one. That is a shack. That is almost textbook since 2019 4 split, I believe. So that it's good to see some teams knowing how to use that. Also nice to see MJ knowing how to dance around that tree, but that is not going to be easy because once again the control and the sight lines from GUNZ is insane.
As soon as they tiptoe their way out of the tree line, though, that is where they get blown into smithereens. They get erased by the line of fire from all of those awaiting them. Fate do have a lot of lower health bars, though, so they do have to spend the time to revive, and that does buy enough space for MJ to get into the zone. Dwight still alive as well as Rad, not so fortunate, will fall down. Fate back up with still 8 kills. So when this is the other team that we look at, Fate, again, another strong showing when it comes to Erangel.
It'd be so insane if they can make it, to represent this region in EMEA, because 9 kills on board right now with a full team. They can make something work, but do bear in mind they are running out of positions to play. They use that spot, they use the stip, but the next spot will be so hard. They need to pick an area to control. Okay, and they need to use the utilities appropriately because it's not going to be easy for the circle.
But can GUNZ maintain that control for now? They have 12 kills, but the zone has gone away from them, so they can't just free farm up anymore. They have to move, and they have to move into NASR, who have been there waiting for them. Fate jump in onto Falcons, but it is just Falcons who will fall first. Too many players on Fate to execute enough of the Falcons. SUDOR is stuck on the coastal line, will fall with the help of the blue zone, as Galaxy Racer still edging their way in, but will fall to Fate, and they will drop us down to now only 6 teams, and it is Fate who look, and as we said, could take another Erangel game. And yes, they took Sanhok already. This could be their second win of the finals.
Whew. But you know what? That is a very tricky circle to play because the amount of covers are there, but so limited. You need to build covers with cars. You need to think about the next cover and use whatever's in front of you efficiently with the current info. But we can see that might be the chance for GUNZ to come through as well because they have, those crates in front of them. They still have vehicles. They've got enemies' vehicles as well. So that is important, but Fate made that work. That's amazing. They cleared one side. They found the next spot. Yep, one knock onto them, but they at least got full players right now on that northern edge.
Man, but look at GUNZ and their kills. 16 already, 20 knockdowns, 5 teams worth of knocks that they have already secured, and they still look like they can keep going. Fate, only 2 players remaining, don't look like they have the opportunities left in this game to do so. As you mentioned, so difficult to navigate this zone as it has gone away from them. RT9 just trying to snake their way, but Tigers, they aren't slivery snakes, Tarzan. They cannot last in the dirt. In RT9, they will all fall. The cat's been skinned, and our HOTLINE gonna be blowing up too.
Oh, but you know what? At least that is some improvement coming from them, right? They made it to top 3 because they have not shown up in the first 3 games of today, right? And they had such a surprisingly good day yesterday, and they're coming in here at least bagging 12 points. That is very, very important for them. But it will be the battle between Fate and GUNZ, I feel like, because it's about numbers advantage as well as momentum of the double-digit kills.
Man, oh man, GUNZ, what a turnout they could have. From R8 being taken down by Alpha Legends, taking down Alpha Legends themselves,
no.
HOTLINE even stepping up, taking down Fate down
20.
to Lathe. 20 kills, as you say. 24 knocks at minimum, Tarzan. 6 teams worth of knocks, as HOTLINE even stepping up as well for the first game today. This is a big old shift in points. This could be over even a 35-point game for GUNZ, the biggest of the finals so far. They have all 4 players up. This is a gift to them if they can manage it. Mumbai is the only one remaining in the 3 points of HOTLINE. It's the only kill points they're probably going to look to find, as Mumbai barely dodging out the fire, but will fall down to the spray. The blue zone helps secure that chicken dinner, and oh boy, was that a big win.
I love it, because we're making about how good a team can make use of momentum. We had 2 bad examples. We set it up to say maybe GUNZ can make it work, and they did. Is this the biggest win so far? Like, that was that 22 kills? There's no other way
kills,
to boost.
I believe. At least 35 points. If 35 points alone already the biggest game.
And you know what? Like, just insane. Like, just incredibly crazy. And that means by that having that happen, I feel like we could expect maybe GUNZ to come back to dominate. I might have spoken too soon, but you know what? We just gotta wait for a little bit longer.
Got to wait and see indeed, as we head our way through over to a break. And we had to break down exactly how these teams did fare out just after a short bit. Welcome everyone, of course, back to the PMPL Arabia finals of the 2021 spring season. We're already past the halfway point. In fact, we're 4 games down, and the biggest game, the biggest result we've seen so far, GUNZ taking an absolute banger of an Erangel match. And we said that GUNZ, they can do good work on the Erangel fold, but this good? What a turn of events.
Didn't expect it, like we thought about them bouncing back, but not in such, it's not this way of a bounce back. And I think because it's so huge in terms of points and in terms of how many teams they will overtake from this, it's going to be very scary for all the other teams. Like if you give GUNZ the biggest win in the tournament so far, after 9 chicken dinners in super weekends, plus beyond 100 points winning that league stage, this is very scary. But you know what? Seems like the theme of today is how can a team use a momentum, whether it's from one good team fight or from a good game. GUNZ being GUNZ, I would have very high hopes on them to use that well, to come into one of the maps that they
better not jinx
can
it.
Still. You know what? It's not about me jinxing
Shut your mouth,
this should be... No, I can't jinx it. If they are actually good, there's no way in terms of how this world works that for just a random guy talking about the game can jinx it for you, because you control your destiny.
It's happening.
You know what?
GUNZ, they're looking at 16th place now, Tarzan. They're over. There's no hope for me. You've jinxed them now.
It's not too far. Okay, come on. I'm not Max. It is not how it works. Come on. It's not how it works. But what an amazing game, right? So let's go and look at some match stats to find out how dominating GUNZ were.
GUNZ, it was right. 22 kills given through to them. This is the GUNZ that almost approached 300 kill points. I know so well. And unfortunately for these teams, all for the wrong reasons. But you talked about upsets and you talked about teams coming back. I don't think it's just about GUNZ here. I think that YaLLa Esports have been doing very well for themselves. HOTLINE on top. 2 teams. I would even throw Real Tiger 9 in there to an extent, actually, as well as these 3 teams overall who have all performed back up top. And it's not just GUNZ and their momentum, it's about how these other teams can continue momentum as well. And I think, speaking of more momentum, it has been Fate and SUDOR, these 2 squads that have been that most consistent teams.
And you know what? It's just sometimes we can't even believe the sentence that come out of our mouth, because these games changes so quickly. The teams behave in a way that we didn't expect, so much that we sometimes are in awe ourselves. But speaking of that, the highest damage done in a single game, the record's been set.
That's disgusting.
40, extremely disgusting. That is incredibly insane. And with the amount of kills coming through as well, man, how do they even find the bullets to that? Oh, to be fair, there's 2 or 3 teams that crashed them, that lost.
But I'm surprised that, in a way, they don't have even more kills with that damage. That's ridiculous, the amount of damage that they picked up in that game. I mean, they effectively have wiped out almost half the entire lobby when it not comes only to kills but to the knocks that they were grabbing, because that was at least 26 knocks coming through from GUNZ in that game overall. That is 6.5 teams that they have knocked down in that game alone.
I can't still you know what, in the history of us casting together as well, whenever stats available, I've never seen anything close to the max that I've seen.
Yeah,
there's nowhere near. 35 is kind of the max there. When you hit 4,000 and you went overboard, that is just this is PMPL array. This is a PMPL. You barely do that sometimes in the classics game. How do you do it against other pro players? What a disgusting
against the
team.
best from your entire region.
ladies and gentlemen,
Man.
I present to you GUNZ Esports, the way to use momentum given to you. And
This
as well
is
as
why.
what's yeah.
This is why, Tarzan, I think that it was, I don't know about you, but at least me, Span, and DK, all when we were predicting our teams and we said who comes first, it was no surprise to say that GUNZ should be, on paper, coming first when it comes to the PMPL finals. And no surprise to see them show up in such a way, because our honest reaction was GUNZ, they make it through, or quite frankly, WTF. Where are they when it comes to the EMEA League? Because this type of caliber is something that the Arabian region as a whole really needs to be able to show up.
And I think it's also what we expect as well, right? Like with that amount of, slots in the EMA allowed, like these teams to do what is going 1900? Okay,
It's the entire
that is
top players.
They are. I can't read Arabian, but I can't tell whether it's the top player of the game.
It's the top
or
players.
how-
It is the top
or
players. It's just the
GUNZ.
entire team are the top players in the game. That's how good they were.
What can you
Tarzan.
say?
There's no one else. There's no question if anyone else even remotely did good. Yes, HOTLINE got second. Yes, Fate picked up kills. But even when I think Fate picked up so many kills, and I think Fate in their own right had a very good game as well, it just doesn't look as good when you have a team picking up 22 kills and that sort of win.
Just can't match it, and it's well. There's one thing for sure though. Like they've got 2 more games today, but they still need 16 points to catch up with the sort of RICO Infinity team. Right, so suddenly we come back to this thing where RICO Infinity needs to once again learn the lesson. Hopefully they bounce back after that and stop doing this thing. We're not doing stocks. I don't want to read candles, like I don't want to see that. And the side of GUNZ, will that be the first time ever as well that when they got too hyped, after what seems to be the craziest game in the tournament when it comes to damage output, etc. So these are the storylines that we love, and sometimes we don't just create them and think it's like that, because in terms of how you play, how you scout, how you hold, how you trade, it can be seen. Right? If you've seen some players play as well, just based on how they move, you can sometimes see hesitation. Sometimes you can see people who are. There's a difference between standing still, stone, and tunneled, with someone who's doing that and keep using the I button to get info from the relevant defensive angle. That's an example. So we can see, maybe some of these things happening, like going maybe to give us educated guess of what's going through the players' heads.
And I think also, yes, it's a brilliant win through from GUNZ and a big showing from them. But the other team who I would say have really been showing us some momentum, and yes, it's their smallest win of the day, but is SUDOR. And SUDOR obviously having the biggest jump overall when it comes to the positioning, challenging from what was the bottom of the table to actually now in that top 5 for the EMEA League going into the 5th game. And with still 2 games to go, keep in mind here, Tarzan, as well today, this is still all very much open for a team like SUDOR to make it even higher if they wish.
And SUDOR got some ways. Like we've seen this team before, but they also, have the tendency to go over aggressive. I feel like there's certain plays that I really remember when they just went too far, and I forgot about the basics like using of rich line, etc. A little bit like RICO Infinity team when they are too hyped and don't know how to play smart rather than using brute force. But I'm happy to see them up there. Yes, we've seen that before, and definitely saw that in league stage, maybe week 2, Miramar as well. There's a few plays from the western side of Los Leones when they keep moving west. There were issues of that sort that I really remember, so. But I think there's one team that we've kind of forgotten when it comes to the storyline that we should really talk about. Galaxy Racers they went off the grid.
Yes. I feel like Galaxy Racer, in a way, they looked so good. They were top 5, and you think is the only Indian representative for coming not only in this own region, but across the entire world. But the only Indian team representing their country. And that is a lot of pressure when it comes to Galaxy Racer standing up and standing tall above the rest. But we know what actually India can bring through as a country into PUBG. We know they are on paper one of the best regions for talent, and it is, of course, PUBG such a big game over there, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Galaxy Racer still show up. Yes, it's been shaky the second day, but their first day results, and I think the results, the points that they have been still managing today, don't put them in a position where they're so far down that they can't climb their way through. Because as we know, one game, like a GUNZ level game, even a little bit less, albeit, you see Galaxy Racer straight back up to the top.
I think Galaxy Racer has those potential. Like, they have shown that they would, once again, that hype house type of play, right? Give them one big game, they will take every fight that they see, right? So, but there's something, once again, and we've seen this before. In the first Super Weekend that they enter, they did well first day, second day just kind of went like drop, So, yeah. But we should look at the overall standings for you guys to understand what we're talking about, because like Galaxy Racer were pretty high up. They were top 5, but now we can't even see them on the first page.
I mean, when it comes to Galaxy Racer being knocked down towards that 10th position, could be even lower, but nevertheless, it is, of course, HOTLINE now contesting back up to that top 5, where the point of quote-unquote elimination, you could say here, for being in that EMEA league now has reached that 94-point mark, and Fate joining up with GUNZ there on that one chicken dinner that they have been able to win out with. But RICO Infinity's team, I think that it is surprising to see them still over a chicken dinner's worth of a lead, even when NASR actually didn't have such a bad game there. They did all right in that Erangel match. So to see them still with such a lead, surprising stuff considering. And it does show you that RICO Infinity's team are equally a hype house level team where if they make it work, they make it work big. And if they don't, then they don't work at all. And unfortunately for those teams that don't make it work at all, Alpha Legend is still on the bottom, despite what looked like it could have been a good game for them. You even see, of course, Snipers down in the bottom. But joined, I think, alongside, of course, Rad, who we had, I think, hopes for today. And I think that Rad has shown promise. But at this point, I would almost be inclined to suggest that these teams don't go for the super big flashy plays and risk everything, whereas what they can do is now play for money, because when you are 80 points behind and you've only got 8 games to go, you're relying on a lot of factors actually for even making in that top 5.
Yeah, there's actually another team that I want to mention, and then when we look at those bottom 8, we've got 16 teams. The bottom 8, there's one team that leads in kill points, kind of quite above the rest of the teams as well, with 36 kills but only 17 placement points. RTG Esports. Very interesting, because we talked about how they were getting more and more consistent. They were the team that tend to get more placement points and a little bit fewer kill points. So they changed something that maybe changed the so-called, focus, but they are not getting a lot more kill points, maybe a little bit, but they are losing, some positioning and placement points. If you don't survive, you missed out on more chance to get kills later on. So it's going to be very tricky, right, to be part of this team and know how to do the next right thing.
I think overall RTG, as you say, we praised them for being that most consistent team. In fact, I also had them on my list of, on paper, predicted teams that would make it through to the through to EMEA League, because I actually thought that they were, if anyone, a consistent team that even if they fell down on kills, could come up in placement points, and we got to see if they can bring that back up. So we head our way through over on to Miramar. And I'll let you unfortunately miss out on one. I'll let you take one back and see if you can guess the map.
Well, we definitely have it from through Los Egos. I think just all the way to Tor Akumada is my guess. But you know what? Because you need to tell us about Reno. That is something that we never should forget.
Yes, but you are dodging out in the points, but nevertheless, Tarzan, it is, of course, Reno 5, born to win. Welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gear mode on with the much-loved Reno 5 series. And I mean, you can still tell me where this plane path is going.
I did say Los Egos to Tor Akumada, is what I said.
Oh, there we go.
Did you not
there we go.
catch
See,
that?
you know, no. Do you know what I blame? I blame Miramar. I blame the heat of the UK desert that is taking over right now. That is what I blame.
Yeah, but we can go back to the bot so I can tell Highland with here. Like, see, I said
Check the
that
tape.
just before parking. Just check the tape.
My ears are gone.
But yeah, like speaking of heat, there's no more heat right than this, and I think the playing path adds heat in two ways. One, teams can go back to the Los Leones side. This is different to that first Miramar game of today. But that the second part of heat is we saw how some of these teams just love going towards Lake Montaña side, El Pozo, whatnot. Do they try that still? Or they will just pull back? Because we have this time a very well complemented, right, phase one circle in relation to that playing path. So we can see so many teams already have a spot in there. Do they want to gather up somewhere? What spot they're going to take, we need to find out. But that makes so many like choke spots on that edge, forcing some of these teams to maybe think about how to enter the phase one circle.
Los Leones, we mentioned about having that zone. Well, I mentioned about having that zone in the second game, nevertheless. And we do get to see it finally. The zone gods have given the faith into my hands and said, well, maybe we can have a tricky zone. In YaLLa, they are circling around like a shark around freak. But here comes the rest of the trio. It will be GUNZ to fire back, but they won't find Dart does escape for now. The pot shots do land down to 75% HP, but nevertheless, no one falls just yet. GUNZ will not continue their momentum with that first kill. I mentioned having a zone about Los Leones, and yes, I'm a mean person, but not because I just want to be mean, but because these teams around Los Leones in particular haven't been all that tested, and I do worry and concern myself for all of these teams as a whole, how they will be able to fight and if their level of fight is good enough when it comes to this main city.
I think it's very tricky because you can play within the city, but you need to basically pick a very good quadrant to give you a way out. Like if you're the most center team in the most center city in the circle, it's very likely that like you will be slower than other teams who found some buildings to control if they ever need to rotate out of it, right? So so many ways to play this. I think once again it comes down to like what's the priority is. I think I want to see how GUNZ play this, because they definitely made in the first 3 games of today some very peculiar rotations. Now they don't get to play that game because like if they have a spot in the circle with that has some loot for them and they still decide to go so far, that would just be against like even the logic of the game, right?
HOTLINE. I mean, talked about logic. Cruz de Val. You said Cruz de Val was a sad place, but yet HOTLINE, they have come to cheer it up on this now 5th game. And I mean, if we had to talk about sad places, the saddest part of Miramar map, I would say, is honestly the ruins. I mean, we saw one brief stint on the ruins between HOTLINE and oh goodness, I've forgotten the other team actually. That's so bad actually. That's awful. That is. But yeah, we had one stint on the ruins.
That was
And then-
Flair Loyal Team
Yeah.
back then.
Flair Loyal Team.
So
I was gonna
that
say it's
was-
not a team
that
that are in.
was-
I would remember. Yeah. HOTLINE and Flair
But that
Loyal
was
Team,
very
but,
interesting.
yeah. That was.
No
that was
longer
such an
seeing
interesting
that.
fight. I know.
I think the
It's
way
so
that
sad.
it was interesting, it was also sad because both teams basically eliminated each other. Like the last guy, after landing the last bullet, without getting further placement points, because literally 15 and 16 plays, just died after a split second. That's how close that last fight was. Whoever made it, it's just kind of, how should I say, whoever won it, if it's that close, would just die straight after.
It didn't matter. Yeah, they just eliminate themselves in last and second last positions. But HOTLINE, I think, also speaks to how far HOTLINE have come through this tournament and how much they have progressed. As I think a team that no one really thought could do well coming into the finals, just based off of actually their results in the Super Weekend, where they did have good games, but they weren't nearly consistent enough and have the consistency to make it potentially against these other top 15 teams. But they've done something when it comes to talking or doing something in particular before getting into the finals, because their first day looked good and they are still well in contention of getting into that top 5 when it comes to the end of this finals overall.
You know what? I agree with you. Like HOTLINE's definitely in my so-called bottom 3, like coming into the finals. But in my head, there's always the snipers at the bottom. Not because of just their result. Like there's just something about people in their professionalism, in the emos, etc. That department is something that will always, I always set that bar because like, what's there to celebrate? You are at the bottom, right? Like, and that is that mentality itself could be the reason why no one would feel sorry for them being at the bottom as well, and but this every game is a new game. We want to see them maybe making further in terms of this, and you could see the side of Falcons landing some opening knocks as well, but will pull away straight after that. And I think is a good way to do this because they know they're in position, they exert some dominance, they're in a position that is very hard to hold down if other teams respond to those gunshots, right? So I'd say that is a smart rotation and pulling away by Falcons. The thought that I don't want to have that could still be true is that they are a little bit too scared, to exert dominance.
I mean, that is true. And we talk back to, I think, the point of teams moving in to the finals and looking back at their Super Weekend points once again. And in terms of how many points some of these teams were getting and how scary they look going into the grand final, because a team like GUNZ, certainly even a team like RAT, yes, they have had bad games, but the good games continues to play off of the scariness factor that they had from the Super Weekend stage and from how teams will potentially fear going up against them. And yes, Alpha Legends, on the other hand, took down RICO Infinity's team, and they have the ability then to be confident enough to go up against GUNZ, but then that overconfidence as well playing into a team's deficit, even if they do take you down.
So many theories that we can throw around, so many ways to win this game, but there are also so many ways that we know that you can't progress, I'd say, like mentality wise or maybe certain gameplay wise, but there is everything situational. So I think it's the adaptability that's important, because sometimes in those mid game where it's like, how can you have all players in that one car? But you know what, in certain phases of the game, in certain situation, you need every gunner there and then just drive nicely. And this will be, speaking of driving, this is going to be a little bit of a tricky one for this circle, because we first have an Eastern shift. little bit water in play, not enough, but we will need to see teams either trying to go through Los Leones, which can be incredibly scary, or they need to rely on going around the city, which involves a lot of open ground. So knowing how to drive, when to drive, and how to set up that rotation will be incredibly important in this phase.
But more importantly there, Puerto Parisio, which is a home for RT9 on Miramar, if it continues to shift that way, I think that RT9, with the momentum that they even picked up with that 4th place finish in the previous game, could continue to go in their favor. Alpha Legends looking to try take one onto SCYTES. They do find a successful grenade straight onto target, no surprise, just another one there to finish them off. No flashy plays, but instead a flash bang, a sizzle of one of their players. So will be Klabar and also Zaid to hold down firm for now. But it is only 2 players. They have the third even more so back. A little bit out of that fight, but does need to potentially come in more so as Alpha Legends continue to circle around the snipers.
Oh, and Alpha Legends started off this game decently, because all the 3 kills that happened was, delivered by this team. But you see that those small things there, like with the 1-3 coming through against the trio, Jody with the off angle, I feel like his trigger discipline just needed to be better. Like if he just waited for the side of snipers to make a mistake, it will just be GG. Like they will just push into this dip. But because he exposed himself, now it became a little bit of a stalemate. They would need to rotate away from snipers through very open ground, or they just need to push in to finish this. And this is not going to be an easy decision to make. So they need to set up the angles continuously to make sure they can still get out of here. But what's the plan here? We're not quite sure yet.
Alpha Legends, they do have to hold on back towards the zone. That is the plan. You can see the Chateau has already moved their way towards the play area. The rest of Alpha Legends actually just going to gatekeep away snipers, returning what was a fight that did go awkwardly for them into still their advantage. However, they are also 800 meters or so away from the play area, so we do have to be very careful of that.
But you know what? I think this phase of the game, right, and with the given circle as well, there are leeway for them to enter late, because it will also allow certain gatekeepers to move away first, want to move to a more center position. So they are caught in a tricky situation, I feel like, and that is just a little bit tricky to play. As you can see, so many teams trying to set up in this circle, so many areas that are very hard to get out of, to be fair. So they just need to be smart, not just something good on paper. Ooh. Need to think about the potential next step. And if this is a hard shift, we thought Los Leones may be out, is a full-on Los Leones finish. Even for those northern parts, it still looks like Los Leones, or you can still see that, right? But this is great news for a team that just came in, that I was worried before. RICO Infinity team at this phase finally arrived into the circle and will have not a lot of contests on that southwestern edge.
More importantly, I think the contest on that northern hill, because the problem is you highlighted earlier, right, where Los Leones is so difficult to navigate in or out of easily, and unfortunately we do see that playing through against SCYTES and iKURD, both of them trickily finding their way in. Unfortunately, in that contention, they will go for the 2-on-1 trade. iKURD decides, however, just to opt inside of the city itself. So they leave their players, yes. A's are just going to do what they can, but albeit might not be much in that Beansu best be good, but they still find the double knock. And this is now only one more left. Razor is the last one remaining. The snipers finally go down. Yes, they start to confirm the kills. And Razor did not expect it to go exactly like this. They find the grenade potentially over the top, but this is a long grenade. Almost takes down Aza, drops half their HP, but as now they will have to use what has been a smoked up iKURD to try sacrifice maybe one, but save the other one of their teammates.
And that is what we meant earlier by seeing how some team plays. We feel like we can hear like the emotions through them. SCYTES got a knock in the hut, and they've got someone knocked outside of it, but they're so indecisive that they came in late. They had the card and they didn't use, and they sent one pretty late, like so late that the revive could have been finished, and then they just choked when there was just Aces just made it work. The drop shot onto the first one, and the same maneuver zoomed in with the red dot AK and sprayed down another one. When SCYTES just had one job to look at that one guy, that was the choke that we could feel. Right, like from these small maneuvers coming through, and they have lost so many players that they didn't have to, and iKURD hold down strong. It's all exit and his calm play. The patience made it count.
Do you know what it is? So it is Razur as well not having the angle onto Aza, because if you look back at the way that fight broke down, it is unfathomable for Razur to even find some entrance into Aza when Aza did go for that fight. So that is what really was the issue as well, out with that overlook not actually being an overlook at all for SCYTES. Nevertheless, is SUDOR as well up against RT9. Now, RT9, we said they might have had the zone over the Porta Fabrizio, but the hard shift means they have to take the fight on to SUDOR right now. There will be that overlook, that extra player for RT9, so important, but on the front line, it looks like SUDOR could potentially still have this one. SK Ton has the off-angle, the 1v1, will be able to find it. Down goes Surprise. The Fragger now eliminated through. Jigsaw, the only other one here, can try answer back. Volt as well in the positioning, but just can't quite find the shots in. And that will be a second one. And we said how SUDOR might be able to turn this back into their own hands. Trax even using the window, using the third person peek of the door, should I say, to take down a hot pot shot onto Jigsaw, but cannot find the angle for now. And we've seen this fight play out exactly like this before. SUDOR in the second game took the win, and it looks like it is just going to go the exact same darn way this time around.
And it's these compounds that they like to play as well. You saw how they won that game, and this is the thing with SUDOR as well. Like, you'd like to ask me this question about how do these teams play the situation? If they are in this mindset, how do they bounce? There's something that I would definitely tell the side of SUDOR, in this situation, or even before coming into this game. That is them making a huge win in that first Miramar game. But is it going to be easy right now? Yes and no, because they left one guy by mistake, but that player made it count. But for how long? They will also hold down Jigsaw. I feel like Jigsaw could have just taken more, but the patience just not there from RT9. Probably one of the worst team when it comes to trigger discipline.
RT9, you say it and it works against them, as you do say, of course, here. Not being patient enough. The second time they fall to SUDOR in the same place, in the same day. That is an embarrassment for them, nevertheless. But they will have to go back into Sanhok next. They can still pick up points, nevertheless. But in the fifth game, it is YaLLa now approaching up to RTG. More teams on this northern side. We said how difficult and important it would be for teams to control here. For looking into Los Leones itself, Alpha Legends even behind them, NASR on the flank side as well. This is where all of these teams have been holding up, unwilling to try risk the entrance in towards the city. In YaLLa, they storm up, they find RTG's first member, they find the second just like that, and like dominoes, RTG, they've already lost half the team. Marshall inside the smoke, behind the car. Yes, we'll at least find a surprise onto one, but a grenade blows them back into smithereens. Bando on the other side, and to sandwich them down. Powerful, gonna have to revive through. Now with Bandar, the rest have to try find Senke. They use the ridgeline to try scout him out, but Senke already out of there. Senke already approaching into Los Leones, but can Galaxy Racer take advantage of that?
I feel like they can. Like, it's very hard to say, but they had those. They know how to play these. I feel like they know how to edge in. They know how to clear a side, and it's now or never. And for the fact that they know, they get a lot of info from that location as well. They can make this count. Like, it's also on the side of the city that allows progressive rotation quite a lot. So that is something that I can bank on. They can also use the high ground from those areas to move into the next cover with that info as well. But Los Leones is so complicated. It all comes down to these small plays, trigger discipline, staying silent on all that. Seems like iKURD didn't make it work, although they were allowed to play reactive.
They were allowed to survive against one team, but against NASR, they will die. In now, Helmend holding on for now, but can they survive? It is a tricky question to ask when you're pinned down by an entire team of NASR members. Yes, they take down Hassan, but it's not even the full flush. Hassan just comes right back on round number 2, and Helmend's position is now pinned. Molly going to ensure that one as well, and it's only the boxes defending them. They have to use the eyes to initiate this fight, use the ears as well. But what can they do? The position just straight on in. That is Helmend going to go down. There's no stopping it through. NASR going to continue their streak, and iKURD down to just one member.
And iKURD, we basically complimented them as well. But in this finals, not as strong as we wanted to. And that's the issue right now, right? And especially in these finals and in these final circles, they need to just do what's given to them. Even staying silent become hard when there are so much pressure. But you can see Galaxy Racer using this location can probably find a few kills unless the smoke deployed by YaLLa and etc. are good enough. But we'll first have Alpha Legend to strike on this northern edge.
Oh man, Alpha Legends, they need to take this game, they need to take these points. Still sat down right at the tippity top bottom of that leaderboard. YaLLa, they use all their smokes, they use this time to move and edge their way in, send Case to the life for RTG, the solo player remaining. Galaxy Racer also need to find their way in this northern side. It's these teams are all gonna drop when it comes with time, Tarzan, because there is that road eventually that will stop them all. At least Max Cash gonna find one onto Yamas, because the team that does survive this chaos gonna need as many players as they can to board across that road.
Man, like these types of situation, like a lot of teams would come back to, thinking how they could have used early utilities, how to plan them better, but they would yet once again be tested on how to do this, because the blue zone's not closing yet, but soon going to be. When to rotate and how will be so important. I think aggressive smokes is the way to go here for many of these teams.
But YaLLa, they used those smokes initially, so we've got none left, and it didn't even work out for them. Galaxy Racer still shut them down. SCYTES as well need to come down a man inside, but as you can see, late game, taking yourself down a mountaintop is hard, and Phobia will fall down. Razor as well surely will be soon to follow. Only gonna have to try to survive as long as they can inside what will now be a painful phase 6 zone. Is that zone does shift its way, still the road, still the north side intact, but it is majority towards the south end. Razor finally goes down to Ultron. SCYTES will be eliminated. Galaxy Racer up to 3 kills, but can they now take out YaLLa? And a grenade through, tries to find a cheeky bounce off the wall, but YaLLa still die anyways. Not going to find anyone with that one. Alpha Legends, Jody off the off angle. But Alpha Legends do not have the members the Galaxy Racer do. And Galaxy Racer, if any team can do it, we said they needed these members, can potentially still cross it back into this game.
Very, very tricky. Like we've been talking about Galaxy Racer through those circles, right? They've got some spots, they fought their way in, but it's also weird to me how they have not brought their cars when they have certain spots that people don't want to challenge. So it seems like they should have the car as the resource that they could use. But it didn't
Cover
come
the buildings.
And now they may have to cross as well. Exactly. So these are where these mid-game decisions will slowly appear, to become, what can cause direct how this later game is going to go. We'll only know when you get there. Oh, I shouldn't have used the smoke earlier. Oh, I should have protected my car earlier. Oh, we shouldn't have tried to thirst that guy earlier. There's so many could have, should haves, but it's what you can do on the spot that matters the most.
Hindsight is a beautiful thing indeed, and in hindsight, maybe they should have taken down Senke because they are positioned on that ridgeline to assassinate GXR when they make that move. FalconsEsport as well, going to send the grenades onwards in, but won't find anyone for now. It is teams on top of teams, and this is a whole darn city of players when it comes to this late game. Still 12 teams alive, and we're on phase 7, approaching phase number 8 now, Tarzan. This is why I wanted a Los Leones finish, because this is what you get. You get a bloodbath.
And there's something that we love seeing as well, because it's been a while, since we last saw a city finish in this map, right? It's something that we love to see. It's not in any other parts as well. It's actually more linear than we think. The buildings, types, etc. simpler. The outside not defined to be definitely worse. We've got the Nyx cover, broken walls, trees, etc. So it's about running and gunning, using game knowledge and whatnot, but we'll first have Fate to continue their wrath.
Fate, they're beating people up in the alley. They are the gang, and they are Gucci gang and sliding their way through on towards the next team forward, which is going to be Rad, but a solo player, Dalhap, not with Desha, not with the rest of their team. HOTLINE Esports, so cannot even say enough to be alive. They will fall next, and still 10 teams remain. GUNZ now potentially joining them alongside even more as they all start to fall. Alpha Legends, finally, the solo Jody will falter. Rad make their way inside. Falcons joining up next, but it is just chaos, and that is what Galaxy Racer need. Galaxy Racer need that chaos to then scoop their way over inside of the zone. SUDOR SK-Ton goes for the first, buying some time for Matt's cash, but still the dips, the bullets won't find them. RICO and Village team joining up next, and just like that, we're down to 4 teams. Is even Fate gonna join alongside the burial site? SUDOR now losing tracks down to a solo Galaxy Racer that is so crucial. I think Max Cash was able to buy back time with their fallen comrade in. SK-Ton went for the kill, but SK-Ton not in the position that they want to be in.
This is so huge for Rad as well. We almost have accepted. They play like they've accepted that this is how far, as far as they would go. But no, they are playing it, and they're trying to make maneuvers. They're trying to get it, and they are in top 4. But Galaxy Racer, after we kind of grilled them a little bit, they came in fine. Yes, they didn't have the car, but they now got 8 kills at least, so they at least backed themselves 16 points from this single game.
Matt's Cash gonna go back, just another point, easy one, take the easy knockdown, doesn't even have to do the work, but will fall down. The blue zone closing in, forces Desha into the fight, will be successful though. 5 kills going through for Rad, but they have to enter into a brutal phase 8 zone, and Desha just gets deleted by NASR. And NASR, who have controlled this zone, they took down iKURD and they waited. And this is a chicken dinner, if anything, coming towards them. SUDOR, the only trio they can look to try stop them. The duo of SK-Ton and also Trax entering into the building as Rad will fall. 2 teams remaining, but that grenade bounces in. Sorry, should I say a smoke? And that will block, nevertheless, the vision coming inside. And NASA will play this perfectly. Hold on, do not make the moves. You don't need to do anything. You just need to wait for SUDOR to meander their way inside. Trax on the inside, tries to go in first, scout out the players. Doesn't want to be too hasty just yet. Has to hold on for the meanwhile. SK Ton with that scout will chuck the molly in, will find and push away Miracle to another angle entirely, but still an angle that they can stop SK Ton from entering inside. Trax will be able, with the help of SK Ton, to find one of NASR, and as they patiently edge their way inside, it is now SUDOR with the advantage to the 2, to the 3 of SUDOR.
It's down to these types of fights with the opening not coming through. Are we down to a 3v2? The trade wants to come through, but Dan's not quick enough.
It's a 2-on-2, as we say. Trax wanted to come in, but it's just too big. These players to that tiny little doorway when it comes to phase 9, but it is phase 10. This is the penultimate zone. It don't go any smaller than this. And it is who survives the longest. The smoke's coming through from SUDOR will buy as much time as they can muster. Hassan has to drop at some point. That revive, it is risky. I don't know why you're going for it, because as soon as they spot you, they're going to take you down.
Nice.
SUDOR take the chicken dinner.
It's down to those really small things. Very small angles, you know. It's almost like you can never be too good at PUBG. So much more to learn, right? Like mechanics, people invent things every day. Every building, every angle, every box, you can come up with something. It came down to those small things. In that one house out of so many on that map. And that's also kind of the beauty of this game, right? And that was a great way to end that game. Both teams made it to top, not just top 2, so many of these teams in the top 4 or 5 needed these points, and they didn't just end up there casually. They fought their way in. They needed to rotate within the city, and they just kind of made it work. So that was a great way to not wrap up the day yet, you know, to have the last Miramar game, but we may have one still to go. And anything for you to say before we head over to our break, Highland Wolf?
Masterclass in teamwork is what that was from SUDOR to enter in and grab that chicken dinner. But as you say, still one more Sanhok game to go. We will go for a quick break. Reno, as always, and then be straight back with you with how that match broke down. Welcome everyone back to what is now going to be our final game of the second day of the PMPL Arabia Grand, a final 2021 spring season. Of course, my name is Han Wolf, joined by Professor Tarzan, and this was a brilliant Los Leones finish on Miramar, where we did get to see SUDOR take the win, and let's say teamwork and masterclass coming through from them.
And it was great. Great to see how they... It's actually something very hard, you know, to be the first team that showed up. Then you would feel like you're always missing because there were glories that you have to match. And when we're down to now coming into the sixth last match of the tournament, not an easy job. With that one there, they made it count, and just kind of reminded me of why the people would, you know, hype them up in the past.
Yes, indeed, and I think as we move through to the match stats, we can see exactly why we hype them up, of course, because SUDOR, most hands down consistent team to date, moving again through, and I repeat, 13th position. They were on the bottom of its leaderboard in 5 games now in total. They have been doing good work for themselves. This is going to be another chicken dinner sliding on their way forward, and 27 points alongside it. But again, NASR, the other team who I think have silently been very consistent as well, a second place finish for them.
So huge for all these few top teams on that leaderboard just now for that match. It's crazy, like, because SUDOR, I feel like they've gotten... Did they get more points, you know, in one game compared to what they've gotten yesterday all in total? Maybe that's just a warm-up they need to come back in, right? Because they missed that last Super Weekend, and then they come back, need a bit of warm-up. Oh, now I know how it feels like. Boom, chicken dinner here and there. Not the first day, but they are definitely coming back. It's 2 Miramar chicken dinners.
SUDOR got, in fact, no, I should say SUDOR wasn't even 13, they were 14th, and they only had 24 points coming into today. They are now currently so far up when it comes to that, at over now 106 points in total. They have dominated every game with an average of what now is 20 points, and you can see even in the way they play it, the way that they're so consistent in manipulating teams, taking them out in their own positional strength of starting out Real Tiger 9 and Puerto Paraiso 2 times in a row. Might I add now that SUDOR have beaten RT9 in their own position of the map.
And you know what? That is just them knowing how to play aggressive. I feel like they are just built better almost. Like they had their missteps, but their natural style just come through, and it will always be, you know, a team that is just a little bit slower, a team that is always like almost hesitant. And this is how they been, you know, so good, you know, today in those 2 maps. And it's not just that, like, of course some of the other maps need to be better, but they are joining that top pack, and that top part of the leaderboard looking so spicy right now because it's just so close.
So close, and this game so close as well. 14 teams coming into Los Leones, 12 teams come phase 8. It doesn't get as close as that, Tarzan, and this is why I love Los Leones. This is why I wanted to see Los Leones today, starting all the way back from that second game, the first Miramar match we had, because this is the type of masterclass you get to see come in the end. Using every angle, using every single bit of cover, SUDOR right down to the point the blue zone goes into its final full shift towards nothing. NASR taken down, and SUDOR taking the win. Fuda and SK Tan, of course, doing props and big amounts of work. Matt's Cash as well, the solo player for Galaxy Racer, getting in those points, and Jody doing the same.
And it's good to see Jody up there because, like, this player, known the name for, you know, a long time. We could see he was playing the flank, sometimes the scout, but there were in the early phases of the tournament, he gets, you know, kind of punished a bit too often, not but like thirsted, you know, from time to time. But to be able to start from controlling that fight against the snipers, slowly coming in to at least put enough damage out to help the team. That is an important way to slowly get the pace back. But we may need that to be quicker because we are running out of games that they can get themselves those points.
They are going to need a SUDOR level day tomorrow to be able to boost themselves back up. And even then, I'm not sure if that will be enough for them. They've kind of burnt their bridges in terms of already having what have been 11 games and not really any of them being very good. And now going into the 12th game, Sanhok of all maps to come back with a good result going into day 3. Alpha Legends have got some big shoes to fill.
Especially when they are still at 15th place. Yes, they've got 14 points on top of the snipers. That's not where you need to make the comparison. Above them, 10 points ahead of them is RTG Esports. Not very, flashy either. So we need something more from them. But one thing that's very interesting to me, Highland, today is the so-called top teams were also not consistent. Like the whole leaderboard we couldn't see that scenario where a team got maybe 80 points yesterday. We're expecting them to double it. It's almost not going to happen. So we have really kind of redistributed the power and the points to these teams, which on paper helps making it more exciting tomorrow. But when it comes to the challenge to these teams, psyche and mentality, it becomes harder, right? Because some teams may look like they're mixed in with someone else, but they got there by some improvement, occasional wins. And then some teams are just still hanging in there because they just got some points, but nowhere close to what they did yesterday.
And we'll get to have a look at the overall results very, very soon. But on a more shorthand note here, we do have to keep in mind, as you say, when it comes to consistency, you've actually still got vote on one side, NASR, and again, of course, SUDOR being that now team inside the top because of how consistent they've been. These two teams overall, I think, doing work. And I think the NASR overall, yes, I think they struggled because of RICO Infinity team's one big win they had on Sanhok to make that consistency really count for them to get into that first place. But nevertheless, they've still been approaching the final few places of every single game. And I think overall, that should convert into still NASR looking to take one of these top EMEA spots, because below them and below that top 3, I would even imagine you can still look actually, of course, all of the rest of these teams and how close they are. When we talked about it going into this game, there was about a 12-point difference between all of them, and the likes of NASR, as we say in particular here, to avoid that by staying consistent and having that good series of games today is going to set them up for success in tomorrow.
It's very great to see NASR up there, and because it's not just the fact that they are there, they have the highest amount of placement points. They've got 79 placement points, and I think the next one on that list when it comes to placement points are at 66 points. And that's coming from RICO Infinity team. So the difference is huge when knowing that RICO Infinity team did very, very well overall yesterday, but slipping today. NASR significantly better means that they know how to, reach to the end game. But we know they can play aggressive. So when we talk about adaptation, like these are the type of stuff that you can actually fix in one day or even through one pep talk. Doing one thing, just one small level more aggressive, that is adjustment. That's not changing, so much that you lose like your own ways, right? So I'm feeling good about NASR and RICO Infinity team. I don't feel like so strong about them like today, but if they can hold this last game strong and start tomorrow's first game kind of decent, then it's okay.
I mean, if they can hold on, I think, for one more game, then yes, they have a shot. But it is that concern that overall today, they started with a massive lead, 91-point day yesterday. That is what SUDOR have been able to muster up to date. And to go into today, getting only now effectively 35 points in total, it really does set the stage, and that is why we see so many of these teams behind them getting so close. And I think also that onus on some of these teams that also were there but have fallen short, the likes of still Galaxy Racer having their good showing to in this previous match, but also Rad in addition. If Rad can continue with their good results, maybe Rad can still look to contest in that top 5. It's a long shot, but if they do have these good series of games, Miramar sets that stage for it.
That's definitely true, and let's spend some time, kind of to mention, just remind our audience of some teams that somehow feel forgotten. Maybe they don't feel. I feel like they got forgotten, but
they're just not
RTG,
really there.
Yes,
yeah.
iKURD as well is another one. Sites,
right?
So those are those.
Well. Yeah.
As well, yeah, but we need to look at that table because we've got more stats to look at to give us a bit more insights. RICO Infinity team, yes, 126 points up top, but they got 90 points yesterday. So I wouldn't say it's a bad day. Yeah, so far 35 points, not bad, but it's a lot of cushioning coming from that one win, right?
Yeah, and I think overall they're NASR who have been able to gain what was 75 points to a 50-ish point day today. Even Fate showing up as well with another 60-point day as well, and even of course GUNZ to an extent showing up. Falcons I am surprised still about as still a team to see on that other end of the leaderboard, because I did think that Falcons, with of course their good initial showing that they were bringing to the table, could have accelerated that into today's games. But on the other hand, Falcons have looked actually quite shaky through the majority of this tournament. Yes, they've been even about these 35, 40-point games in between what will be both days now, unless they have a massive win in this next game. But that isn't good enough to get them through to tomorrow in a comfortable spot for those top 5s. And surprising, I think it has been a little bit of a letdown considering that maybe it's the experience they've not had of that extra super weekend, but on the other hand, those games that they did play were a different Falcons altogether.
Let's put it this way. I feel like Falcons is strong, but they are a team that relies on making textbook play done decently. There are times that they slip a little bit in terms of this as how they die, but sometimes you need more than one way to win a game. I feel like they lack a little bit of surprise factor coming from them, and the fact that whatever happened in week 2 league play was just really peculiar. It's almost like they lost in a way that made people feel like they're non-existent. So that is the issue with this team. It's like you either see them in the end game or on that leaderboard, otherwise they don't have a very strong impression. Of course, very cool team name really allows us to use puns and whatnot, but they now need to leave the impression by coming in with more results. We are running out of games. We'll have the 12 out of 18 coming up next, ending on Sanhok. So that is almost our run done as well. Yeah. PMPL Arabia Highland Wolf. Like, speaking of that, it's getting a little bit emotional and sad. And but you know what, guys, it's been great. We're not done yet. We're going to give you everything we've got. Hopefully, we've got that. So prayers to us as well, not just for your team, okay? Because and all the productions, right? Like shout out to our production team and all the stuff that made it possible. Otherwise, what do you get to watch at home? So we count our blessings, and it makes you feel better.
It makes me feel better being with you, Tarzan, for one more game of PMPL Arabia. Of course, it is going to be on Sanhok. And I tell you what, okay, going into this game, I'll let you do the final playing path of our entire tournament. Let me know exactly where it's going to be, because we have just 20 seconds, before we get into the game. That plane is revving up its engines. These teams are getting ready, and it is do or die for so many of them to keep that momentum, to keep that streak going into those final 6 days tomorrow. This is Sanhok.
Let's go. We are going to play this game. Maybe it's not going to be so easy, but let me watch that one more time. Whoa, this is Camp Bravo all the way to the southern side of the northwestern. I'm just going to say it's Tambang. I'm going to say from Camp Bravo to Tambang, right? And I'm incredibly wrong. Right, so that is something that I've done amazingly wrong for some reason. But we don't even see the plane path is the issue as well. But we can kind of come out of like and see what's happening in there. It was the tip of that thing just confused me, but it's all an excuse. I need to go back and study this game. As for now, I'm no longer the professor, and I'm just Tarzan. So this is still my place because this is the jungle. This is where I born and thrive, baby.
Oh, baby, we gotta see a South Zone this time, bro. And by golly, I love myself a South Zone, because if any type of zone is difficult, it is when you include Painan, Ruins, and Quarry all in the same first phase. That is where it starts to get tricky, because that line of compounds is so tricky to navigate across.
Very, very tricky. I think it's about, once again, right? Tricky or not comes down to when you actually want to move in. Like, and sometimes it's not just about doing that on a very linear way. You have to come up with all the predictions. As you can see, we have very beautiful, very colorful Sanhok right now, because all the splits coming through. We've got basically teams and players everywhere on the map. So if you want to take action upon at your enemies, then that rotation doesn't have to come through soon. Like you can still find a way to get in, right? Tank it a little bit, fine. I will take all your mets from that phase 1 fight, right? So many ways to play this. So I want to see some adaptation, even traps set up, because come on, tournaments, studying, preparation, hunting down, it's just part of that game. Show us that you've been able to do it.
To do it or not to do it, as we say, now is the time. And to look even, I think, over towards a team like Rad, who I think overall we counted out for the most part. But when you look at actually now their potential going in to this game, Rad are still sat in 7th position with 99 points. And if any team has been a sleeper team, I think that Rad has been that.
And I think Rad is, yes, definitely. But they are so cheeky that whenever they try to wake up, they take $1,000 from you. Like by winning the Super Weekend, but that's long gone now, right, guys? So that is so important, because like those things don't matter. You can still win 1 or 2 here, but if all goes wrong for the rest, it doesn't matter, right? So it's consistency that we're talking about again and again. And this is Alpha Legends starting their run here in Paradise Resort. Like, to be fair, in this tournament, so many times this drop itself would get you easy entrance into zone, if not already in the circle. But this time around, it's going to be a little bit different. They need to fight their way through, and I'm expecting some good use of vehicle coming on this map as well. This is the meta now. It's going to be great, to see how people can use vehicles on here efficiently.
I like that the vehicles have become the meta, because when we look at the previous patches and when we look at how Sanhok used to be played, it was very quiet. It was very snake orientated. The map infamous for its past. Yes, snakes are still in play, but what we see now in the pro scene is not just snaking, but much more focus on rotations and rotational control. And particularly when I point back towards that line of Ruins to Painan to Quarry, the control over the bridges itself are going to be crucial for these teams, because whether this zone in the future decides to go one way or the other, the bridges will always still be a point of congestion, and Painan involved and included in that as well.
Yep, and you know what? Binance is so interesting because if it keeps going to that, but hold that thought because we have RICO Infinity trying to fight against iKURD. We mentioned both of these teams, one needing to make sure that they continue with their dominance, and the other one needs to show up further. That is some long-range cover fire coming through as well. This is tricky because this ever-changing part of the map is going to be crashed by more than one team.
Oh no, but Tarzan is already over. iKURD, they are saying hasta la vista, buenas noches from Miramar to Sanhok. Helmand is on now with the duo of the teammate. Yes, they make the revive in onto Gallagher now coming in as well. But Aza Helmand, I don't think they're going to be able to get Gallagher because RICO and his team are already on top of iKURD. They're already on top of the final duo. There's no way really for them to navigate this, and it is very risky that they go for that because had RICO and his team pushed that a little bit more, they could have actually punished that rotation from building to building, and actually that would have ended iKURD right then and there.
And that is very, very tricky to hold as well. It's almost like the end game pressure of a day as well. You're exhausted, but you're also maybe tense from needing to end the day okay, and then you're in a skirmish that is prone to third party. It slows down everything. As you can see, both teams don't want to go overboard. RICO Infinity team got the reset, and iKURD got 3. So after all that chaos, it was just that one kill that iKURD lost to the side of RICO Infinity. And even for SUDOR, they were in a position to stay stealthy, but they didn't strike anything either. They just want to make sure they hold down this position and then can use it to their advantage maybe on the next shift.
12 players, 5 knocks, but only 1 kill comes through. And that, of course, does go against the weight of iKURD. Nevertheless, still going to only be 3 players to survive for the rest of this final match tonight. But YaLLa as well, that fourth party even heading over past the ruins. And this is where we said that bridge control so important. In iKURD controlling that, yes, but the potential to be thrown off by so many teams from multiple different angles, I do fear. Particularly, I think iKURD more so than other teams because iKURD haven't been a team that we have known for being a intensely controlled and very positional-based team.
And they've also made a mistake. We can already tell from these things. It's not a shot that you can take on SUDOR. Reason, right? 1, you can't finish it. Like, you need to land the perfect nade through all that distance up the hill to finish that kill. If not, you have to push up. It's so hard to confirm. They can just reset up the hill. Now that you've opened fire, if you have been stealthy, SUDOR will have their eyes on you. Risk free third-person peek. So that was poor trigger discipline coming from iKURD. There is not much that they can really take out of that unless they make an intense mistake. So that is another type of case study, really, guys, to know when not to shoot. That is not, those are what the landscape can suggest you, right? So, but this is actually so much quieter, like compared to the last Sanhok game that we had. I think it's mostly because of the zone. That explained a lot of it. But I think the other half of it would be coming from these teams wanting to play it safe enough for this last game of the second day of our 3 days of finals.
Also, the fact that these teams not, as you say, willing to risk getting knocked out first, and where this zone goes is still a question. It's still a mystery because it's a 50-50 split. All eyes now on these teams congested on that South Island, though. That quarry side is completely open for teams to take. RTG, another team that still need to come down, though. And RTG are going to be a team, yes, will be slow to the party, but will also be very thankful, unbeknownst to them, that their side is quiet and they can slowly edge their way in.
There's no way for them to know. I think it's also the case for Alpha Legends why they stay on the bootcamp hill on the north side outside of the three warehouses, because they just don't want to edge into this position. So it's about strategic tanking even to come in when it's least expected, etc. Right? So there is so much to consider. When you don't have the spectator perspective, everything is harder. And there's one thing I want to point out as well. The snipers being in the circle right now, they can play the heal strat from a later stage and can out heal so many people. I feel like if you get 60, right? If you get 60 first aids, then you can even out heal the last player who maybe had 10 in the circle. But the problem is you can mostly get 15 points by doing that. I'm not saying that is a bad way to do it, but I'm sure there's something in between, right?
I think the problem with Sniper and their healing strategies have been Sniper's often going for the healing strategies too early, and going for those healing strategies even when we think back towards the Super Weekend, where yes, they got the points, but they were healing from phase 2 onwards, quite literally, which wasted so much time and so much medkits that when it came to those final moments, they could have actually gotten even more points if they had been willing to risk going just a little bit forward to phase 3 or to phase 4 before they started tanking that blue zone. And that is something that you do have to also note when you do use that healing strategy. But unfortunately for HOTLINE, they jump straight into the arms of 1, 2, 3. But I say unfortunate for HOTLINE, unfortunate for SCYTES, because they just lose 2 instantaneously as they walk their way back, crawl their way to the teammates. The damage has been done. That grenade smacks down the third, and iKURD will join down with the crawling party of SCYTES. There is nothing left. That was a beautiful surprise gank, slam, dunk, whatever you want to call it from HOTLINE. They are making work of SCYTES.
I feel like that is just a trap that's set up by them intentionally. I would love to believe that, because that means preparation, and that eventually came through with those 3 kills. And that is, but you know what? I feel like that trap could be set better, or at least the trigger discipline can be better to make sure that someone push over the edge so the rest of his teammates can help to do that. But speaking of team fight, we have another one breaking out. Real Tiger 9 needs to step up. Rad, we say they need to be more consistent as well. And there's just one player buying so much time right now, being Volt.
Volt is buying the time indeed, but it is still a full squad problem that lies in wait for the Tigers. Now it's going to be a 2-on-4 situation. Barely ducks out of the grenade. The explosion will not land to solo now Ramek. Keep in mind, Surprise still elsewhere, somewhere, needing to come into this fight would probably be much appreciated. I'm getting a little bit deja vu where we saw Surprise taking that high angle, and then the rest of their team over in game 1, Erangel got knocked. Surprise comes in too late, and they can't take the fight. So Surprise, yes, he's in a tricky position to come over. You even have SUDOR's fixed den overlooking you as a third party. But it would be much greatly appreciated to have that 3-on-4 situation. Right now, it is all Rad's advantage. Ramek going to chuck in the grenade inside the building. The smoke's also going to disorientate Rad for now. But it is only a matter of time, and it is a matter of patience with Rad up in this fight.
You know what? I kind of like what RT9 is doing. Yes, they lost Jigsaw. He kind of just always dies maybe of certain individual mistakes. But Volt, the way that he held that down was so great. Rang had to carry on with what's been started, but he will not be able to do that. So RT9 continues to struggle, now down to a duo. The rest of that team needs to come up with a plan, salvage some points. They don't need to keep pushing this as a duo.
If I am Volt, I do not make myself aware of where I am. I hide and I crawl my way out of this fight as sneakily as I possibly humanly can. There is no way that Volt, without shy of a miracle play, pulls off the 1v4 with Rad. Volt needs to back the heck off. Volt needs to play for the placement points, is what RT9 need to do.
Whew. And you know what? This is also snipers coming into the trap by HOTLINE, and HOTLINE just needed this so much, but they need to plan this a bit earlier because they've been stuck around this and with this same trap that's not been executing the second time round, and not against the same team, but you know what? They need to prioritize something because they want to make this work so much. They've been staying here for too long now, and they may come into the area of control by NASR because just waiting for them on that eastern Pine Hill can really spoil HOTLINE's game right here.
I feel in a way by even looking at what Sniper have in their pockets. So on another note here is all of these bandages. There's no healing strat available to them, yet they play around that completely. There's not the smokes, there's not the grenades that are in pockets, it's the amount of bandages that they're bringing, but much used bandages will do you in phase 5 when the zone just does more damage, and that is why snipers, I think, have made this bad mistake of not being able to transition when a certain playstyle does not work, not being flexible enough to transition into a more aggressive playstyle, as RT9 unfortunately do falter there to Rad. We're not able to circumvent the fight. The snipers up now against NASR on behind though, but that is a surprise, and HOTLINE have been rumbled inside the jungle, but Hassan will also be stricken down, but not before Naba will also find one in return. Hassan still up, yes, half health, has only been tickled by the bullets of HOTLINE, and just like that El Chapo as the solo player, they get 2 tunnel vision onto snipers and forget exactly who lies behind.
Ooh, and NASR better pull off this one because they came up, they got the info, right? They had that Pine Hill, they decided not to take it, and they decided to pull it up upon the high ground held by HOTLINE to make something work. They put the work in, done the damage, went back down to where they parked the vehicle and went, right? So that is experience and decisiveness coming from the side of NASR as well, and I love seeing that. And HOTLINE coming in with it, they just really did not expect that, right? And so I'd rather say that is not HOTLINE playing poorly. I think it was NASR being so good in that skirmish.
Oh yeah, I think definitely HOTLINE did have the better of snipers, and had NASR not attacked HOTLINE, I think the snipers fall in that place instead. However, it is coming down, as you say, to the fundamentals of this time around HOTLINE just not checking behind them. And they were totally thrown off guard by NASR taking those triple knocks almost instantaneously. Nevertheless, so the snipers, we wanted them to play for the zone. We wanted them to be now flexible because their healing strategy has not worked for them. Yet they do find a position on the edge of zone. However, they do suffer knocks, and this is a problem. Now, unfortunately for the snipers, just getting boomed, getting destroyed the moment they try to enter in late.
Yeah, I feel like the snipers doing... I mean, I can't really fault them, but the blue zone do more damage the further you are from the play zone. Can't you just be a little bit in between? You don't have to, heal so far out, right? You can kind of stay a little bit closer. There's probably no one going to be, around cave, right? So just move a little bit further. But if this is how they want to do it, they have all the bandages and boosts to make the first part of the tanking, then all the first aids to do the later part. By all means, we need to now focus on here because NASR made that first good push, but this second one through this open ground will not be easy. There's so many good teams stuck around here. We've got GUNZ in this area, SUDOR in here as well, and Rat as well. Ooh,
look at where that circle is. That is a bridge circle heading into phase number 5. It does not get much more scarier than that. When the bridge is 50% of the zone. This is when it comes down to positioning more so than any other game as Sanhok, because it is about that control for Falcons, who could potentially slam this game into the ground with kills, but also about how teams will position around Falcons to dethrone them.
You know what? There's no throne to be dethroned at the moment because Falcons not there yet, but to be the kings of the compound, maybe, right? Because they've got that compound strongest in the circle right now, can control the other side of the city as well, but they need to hold it down. If there's any throwing, is from being the king of those houses as they get pulled up on, will first land some knocks upon Fate.
Fate will fall first. Fate go down, just like iKURD before them. Falcons maintain control for now. SUDOR, not so fortunate though, will suffer still as NASR, but now Rad as well join into the fight. And as Rad enter into the play area, Rad are here to play. They will take down SUDOR and they will wipe them from the face of this 12th game. NASR also down a player. Alpha Legends on the other side getting cleaned up by R8T and Galaxy Racer.
Oh, this is so tricky as well because, yes, we talked about how OP this compound was in that last circle, but in the matter of 15 seconds, Falcon has to join so many of these other players to get out of it because it will shift away. There's only one small shot and only half of it is in the circle. And now we suddenly have the teams that could go to coastline with some covers to have that advantage, but there's not many of them. Some of them still on the other side of the water, but then Galaxy Racer has the numbers advantage, just need to come in at the right time.
Rad still edging their way in. NASR still edging their way in. It is this majority of the zone now shifting away from the bridge. Now, Galaxy Racer, GUNZ, they scream in agony inside as they have to now relocate. Falcons relocating is bust. They cannot no longer move. Now with the knock, they have to wait. There's teams behind them. There's teams in front of them. NASR down a player as well. Miracle as the solo. Falcons down to the duo. Order meanwhile, you have inside the bridge. HOTLINE Esports going to fall off on the edge. But Galaxy Racer taking potentially RTG in the rotation in. There go NASR finally off the back of it. It's Rad will also be able to help with eliminating YaLLa, but to an extent of a player. Galaxy Racer still holding on the sliver of that edge of zone. RTG below it.
I love this zone because it tests so many things. Tests how to smoke, control a segment, how to trade, how do you do damage control, and when to rotate is starting to go off now. Only 5 seconds until the zone's going to move. That's going to be Falcons all in that one hut. Can they fly from that position?
5 seconds to fly. They better spread their wings fast. R8T is well on 7 kills. Galaxy Racer on 9. Rad on 10. This is gonna be a mega win for whoever takes this game, but it is who will take the super win indeed. It will not be Galaxy Racer though, as they will fall next down to just the 4 teams we lie, down to just the 2
Oh, no.
as GUNZ fall down. Falcons are clipped, and Rad will aggress their way 3 players to 1. Ragnar has to pull off a miracle, but what can Ragnar do? Delhap on one angle, Sidat and Desha on the other. The 2-on-1, the mollies go wide. There is no utility left but bandages in Ragnar's hands. The gun will not be able to spread onto all of them as they close their way in. Ragnar again, and surely Pop finds one on Delhap. Might have to go for the kill. They maybe find the second. Maybe they find the third. Yes, they do. RICO Infinity Team. The final game we get to cast, and what a game it was. They've redeemed themselves, is what they have. They have redeemed themselves in this case. 2 Sanhok wins. Not easy to do, Tarzan. 2 Sanhok wins in the same day.
Listen, they lost players that I didn't know whether they really have to lose. They definitely get blessed by the zone towards the end there. And then I was ready to say that they did well today when it comes to points, but not as well as the first day. Even if it's as good as the first day, definitely not clean. Then they finished with a 1v3 and won the game. it's like I can't even say, look, it's not them playing well. It's maybe Rad playing poorly. It's like 50-50, but you know what? I can't complain. Like, there were so many times we're so close to these 1v3s and 4s, and we didn't cash it on screen, or it just falls short, but we have it from RICO Infinity team in this last game, guys, that Highland Wolf and myself going to cast in PMPL Arabia. What a great way to end it. I hope we left you guys with a lot of good stuff, but definitely a lot of good memories for us both.
A lot of good memories, but we still have one more thing to do, and that is break down the game after the break and recap what has happened through all 6 games. So do not go anywhere, guys. We'll be right with you shortly. We've had 12 games now of the PMPL Arabia Grand Final, but it is the end of the second day. Of course, I am Highland Wolf, joined here with Professor Tarzan for the breakdown of everything that has gone down, and it has been a lot that has gone down. Already in the final moments, we had RAT stepping up and taking the second straight win on Sanhok this evening with a 1v3.
I have no words. They have more points yesterday, definitely, but still a very decent day. They've got 1 chicken in yesterday, they've got 2 today. So how harsh should we be? Maybe we should just give it to them. You know, like, after all, like, it's for people to learn and understand, like, how all these go. Like, the way that they maintain that last game, I will need to give it to them, because it's not just about winning the game. One worry that we had for this team is the domino effect when things don't go well, but they held that fine, and they slowly pulled through. It's just one game, but you give people credit bit by bit, and as long as they didn't abuse it, it's fine. To know if they understand or have been watching this anyway. But it's been a great day and very tight leaderboard through and through, and we'll just make it hell tomorrow, and it's just excitement after all.
Oh man, I know DK and Span were watching, so we're like, well, hell, it's their hell that they get to have, so it's not ours anymore. But I think what you have to say in general is if you just put R8T in a solo, they seem to win anyways, so that might be the secret formula for them as we move our way through to the final match stats of the day. Of course, it was through on Sanhok, where RICO Infinity team did take that win, but Rad, nevertheless, we said they were a sleeper team in 9th position going into this game, and in a 23-point game at that. And Falcons, even them, stepping up as well.
Yeah, and I think how tight this looks, we will need to look at the leaderboard later on, but we can see, like, any big game will mean a lot. You just have to have 2 big games, and you may, if you have it in the right time, right? You are in the EMEA. That's how crazy it is. Like 5 teams from this region goes, and that we're talking about Galaxy Racer as well. 10 kills from that game. Like they found the way in and through that bridge play, and the progressive rotation made it work. But you can see RTG is relying on something that we don't want them to rely on. And still, although they got 8 points, definitely looks a little bit lost.
Lost potentially here, but never mind that. Rad are looking strong. They are not lost. They've climbed their way back up alongside, I think, of course, can be the said same for GUNZ, and even to an extent I would argue that SUDOR, yes, they had a bad game for this final match, but SUDOR overall, they've been able to take a chicken dinner away. They've been able to take themselves from what was 14th overall to now, I'm going to cheat a little bit and look at those final standings, but actually inside of that top 5.
And you know what? Very weird to me. The Snipers maybe just didn't have as many first days as they could find, couldn't, go into someone else's drop spot to get those. And to heal for that long, like for so many solo duels towards the end zone, and only gotten 2 points from placement points. So could that have been done by maybe killing 2 people? Like there's certain strat that you need some flexibility in every way. And so, like, I'd say it would be better for them to work on certain rotations and not thinking that as long as we get into the zone, we're going to die. So we need to just play healing so far from the zone. If they just transition into that towards mid game, then it would be probably 10 points, right? You've got a few first dates. That makes so much difference. But RICO Infinity team, yes, I said they were blessed by zone a little bit, but you can see through the stats, they did put the work in. Highest damage, highest amount of kills, highest amount of hype through that one, and definitely highest amount of points through the 2 days of finals so far.
I mean, what can be said other than what was still nevertheless a good game for them, keeping their lead. But I think also that game as well, in a way, stolen away from Galaxy Racer, because Galaxy Racer, when we look at their overall results, they actually were looking at that 12 kill mark. They had 1400 damage. They were very accurate in that game when they wanted to get those kills, when they wanted to do damage. And that zone did unfortunately pin them against the bridge, pin them in that difficult position of having to move into the enemy teams whether they wanted to or not. But nevertheless, I think it was still, the heads-up play from swimming through RICO Infinity team instead of going through that bridge, understanding that could have been a scenario, which is what actually brought them the game. So even if you do not have the zone go your way, it's, I think, a good example as well, on the other hand, of how to play in predicting that the zone might not go your way. And that is why RICO Infinity team, even as a solo, played better over the duo that was Galaxy Racer earlier on.
And I think it's also those landscapes that teams need to know, or individual players need to know how to capitalize on. Like there's certain spots that you have to put yourself in that may be of medium or high risk, just to make sure that your other teammates' position is incredibly safe, right? So sometimes you can't have the picture perfect scenario, you know, like you need to know how to use that. And that is why we have ideas in terms like spoiler play, like leaving one behind to do as much damage, you know, before going down. It may be worth it in the end. And so it's all these really small things that keep this game so interesting. I feel like everyone needs to, the way that I see it, and the way why people dancing or whatnot can trigger me when they could do something more proactive in game, is because you can't know every single rock and every single tree of the game. Like you can always stay humble and you can always learn. There's always more to learn, and whoever's had the mindset to learn the quickest, the most eager to learn and learn the quickest, then find the best way to apply, shall win. If this game continues as we get blessed by the joy that it brings us, it will be about you who make something out of it that doesn't only gain something for yourself in the game, but maybe as a person. And I think that's where it really, really matters, because like even between me and Jake, we have very different lives, but we have our real name and we have like other lives and jobs, etc. So that is literally the last thing that I want to share with you lot who enjoy watching this game. I wish we don't only provide a good commentary, but provide some insights based on maybe our like linkage and our connections with pro players and pro teams, but as well as giving you guys encouragement that can transcend outside of a gaming environment. And that is literally why I got, you know, into this in the first place, because this, I know, is a niche. It can seem like a crystal ball, but it doesn't have to be. It can be that sometimes, but there are times that it doesn't have to be for your own good, right? So that is my big wish, really, to whoever's watching. Thank you so much for your time, but spend some time, you know, to do something that, you know, you love, you know, share something that is free to other people who you care for. A lot of good things in life is free. I don't know what to talk about. I feel like would be, if I tried to say all these, yes, say it.
Is you mentioned dancing, and what comes through my head in respect to that is actually also iKURD, who joined the snipers but down in that 14th position. And I almost feel that I would, in my eyes, swap Alpha Legends and iKURD around. Yes, iKURD have done more in the game, but when we look back today in that third match, iKURD as well, dancing their way very joyously, yet iKURD have moved their way from what was contesting the top all the way down to the very bottom in today. And if that is karma, I don't know what isn't.
It's very tricky, guys. I know sometimes people would say, I've had the experience coaching like young players and whatnot as well. Sometimes like where they get the sense of joy or whatnot, I can't really fault people for that. I think, but in the competitive environment where every single point matters and it can really change, like result into some money that can change, you know, the situation of maybe your livelihood or whatnot.
Change
like
your life.
The world's yes, like people is, if you give someone who has the right mindset $1, they can make a lot. Of course, money is not everything, but what I'm saying is all the small actions builds up to maybe something that change how like the prize pool end up being, or like how you're being seen as a player. It's just a matter of habit. You need to ask yourself this: is that the next best thing that you can do in winning the game in the competitive scene? Right? Sometimes people do try to compromise that and say, for example, we have, I think it's fine for me to talk about, like for Loop's disqualification from PMGC, they know that might be the case, but they may say it's so-called worth it because they're upholding something bigger in an organizational thing that I don't know more than that, but that is literally the level of disclosure there is. And is it worth it? Like, what really were you trying to do? Like, wouldn't you ever end up in a situation where every single small thing matter? But by needing you to do that, would that stress you out so much that you lose so much joy or you can't function? No, just do those things. But you know what? Like maybe they want to stay chill. But there's a time and space to do that. Let's look at some stats to celebrate. Like after all, very decent day, like 60 odd points, up almost 70 from this team. RICO Infinity's team been playing well today.
RICO Infinity's team definitely high up when it comes to what have been overall a good showing. I think definitely their good showing does blur out the mistakes and even the big mistakes that they did when especially we look back, of course, at that third game, almost giving that chicken dinner away to YaLLa. But it has been overall a good day for them. But still, nevertheless, gotten themselves 62 points in total. So it is no surprise to see them at the top. But as we decide who is the MVP of the day, let us have a look. It is no less than a RICO Infinity team member, Ragnar, on the top of that leaderboard. And I think Ragnar, no surprise to see, considering that Ragnar was the solo player in that third game to secure himself back that chicken dinner. Ragnar, a solo player, once again to be able to secure that second one, and Ragnar really showing up quite strong for even already be it half of those points in chicken dinners, 30 in total, that actually RAT were able to muster. And good results coming from them, but also good results coming, I think, as well from some of those other teams in the top 5. We also mentioned SUDOR, but I also want to get your thoughts here, Tarzan, on the likes of GUNZ Esports, because as a team who had a shaky day number 1, it was actually returning to what they were good at, which was team fights and going for those kills and that aggression, which is what has brought them back now into that third position.
It's going to be extremely interesting because I love how YaLLa is still very much relevant. Fate's continuing a little bit of a Cinderella story. SUDOR's done it not from yesterday, like Fate, but they started today. NASR came back. RICO Infinity team shaky, but still there. GUNZ with the biggest amount of kills in a single game. The storyline keeps building up, and I mean, I mentioned YaLLa Esports, 6th position, decent, 9 points, not behind SUDOR Esports at 5th place, not too bad. But if you look what's after YaLLa Esports, YaLLa at 6 with 100, but at 7 and 8, we have Rad and Galaxy Racer with 99. And then we've got at 92 points FalconsEsport as well. And man, it's so tight that it's going to come down to a lot of these small things that we talk about. I'm going to just say it one last time. It really, really matters.
Really, really matters when it comes down to those small case studies of trigger discipline, when it comes down to positioning, when it comes down to the level of aggression, even the healing stress. When do you transform to that? All of these basic essentials now coming into play in tomorrow's 6 games. But as I said before, and I'm not going to let you get away with this one, I know you like your YaLLa, but I mean, GUNZ as well. I think Fate as well have had that Cinderella story, as you say, but GUNZ have equally had that. 9 games. First half of the entire Grand Finals, they look like a different GUNZ team. They looked awful in some of those games. But when it came to that 10th Erangel match, that was a match to behold.
Yeah, and you know what? Like, that is something that they will remember. It's probably going to go off on social media as well. Like, to be fair, it was crazy. It would be nice, like, if I could understand the language that they're going to say and hear some like TeamSpeak video from that, because like we all have seen a team holding a center compound and not being able to hold it. That's one thing, but to be able to get, to execute, they've got like 4 kills, like before, the circle really got to like center up around them. How did they get the extra 18 kills? Like, that is how crazy it is. Like, something they've done right, they set up and all that stuff, back to the basics. But still waiting for tomorrow to unfold, because very, very interesting. Just one big game away, literally, these teams. You get 10 points, like 15, 20 points game, right? Decent. Chicken dinner with 5 kills, then you are 20 points up, you are in top 5, top 6. Like, that's how quick it is, even from kind of 11th, 12th position. That is crazy.
It is so close, Tarzan. It is so close indeed. But as we have a look through at our top players, not only of Ragnar the MVP, but the top players overall today, which have, of course, been from SCYTES, from Ghost, from Fate, from Lathe, from their squad, with SUDOR Skirton taking up front alongside Fiden, and finally, of course, for GUNZ, no surprise to see them with such a big game, such a big performance, Lord alongside them. But it is Fiden overall who takes the highest average damage with 499, and also the average kills with 2.67. And I think testament to actually how well SUDOR have climbed in joining alongside Fate. This couple of Cinderella story that they've been able to bring to the PMPL Arabia overall. It has been something to behold, from what Fate were 14th, now high up in the grand finals, and also from 14th just yesterday, SUDOR now up 2. But as we do look, of course, at the winners of today's games, we started off with SCYTES on Erangel, then SUDOR getting both Miramar games, RICO Infinity's team getting both Sanhok games with their other 4th matches we already mentioned, GUNZ Esports with their massive 4,600 damage win and their 22 kills in total.
I will always remember this game. Like, you know, there's so many times that you would just be like, hey, you know what? Like, we got so many games, can't remember other than certain crazy circle finishes or one that's like this. You know, it has topped the chart, and GUNZ will always share, you know, a slice of my heart. Ugh. But you know what? It's great to see that, and it's also great to see some teams showing up particularly strong in maps like SUDOR winning on Miramar. And then we've got the side of RICO Infinity team winning on Sanhok. But they were not particularly strong in these maps before. So that is,
yes,
maybe, of course, Gods of PUBG always controlling all that zones and all that. I don't know who, if there's an actual person who is responsible for how zone works, tell me. But it's probably not going to help that person against all the pro players. But you know what? We've got some more things to look at to see how we can break down this. Because we have the leaderboards, and it's actually RICO Infinity team with Ragnar leading at 23 kills, but Vidan from SUDOR chasing a very close second. But we're back to Prestige, taking that 3rd place with 20 kills, but you can see between these 10 players, right, it's only a difference of 6 kills. So it's really, really tricky.
It's very, very tight indeed. But nevertheless, Tarzan, I think it is these teams that we expected and the players that we have expected clutching up. And even no surprise to see Max Cash there as well, who lies in 10th position, relating back to that 5th game today where Max Cash was able to really bring in votes. Unfortunately, to get shut down by Rad in the end, but nevertheless brought themselves to that victory. And I think overall here, it has been a good result from also Rad, speaking of them as well, because they did not start out going into today with good set of points. And as we take a look at those overall stats, we do get to remind ourselves that Rad, now they moved their way up to the left page, but also alongside Galaxy Racer, who returned back onto that first page as well.
Ooh, you know what? This is going to set up a lot of interesting things tomorrow. So we definitely saw like how close these were. Let's talk about those big wins, right? Maybe, I don't know, 15 kills, like, and a win, 30 points. How far can it get you by winning one game if you're Galaxy Racer, 2nd place? Like, that's how far. Like, these every single game matters. I feel like we're talking something that's very, very obvious, but if we do the math that way, you guys can see how a lot of these teams, this is half of the teams, even at just at the halfway point, that team can take one big game and go to EMEA.
Yeah. I think that the only team we can confirm through, soft confirm through to EMEA is, of course, RICO Infinite's team, judging that they still are 100 or should I say 53 points, excuse me, ahead of the 6th position team. So it is a wide buffer. They were able to increase their buffer from initially what was today, but it is nevertheless these extra 4 spots that GUNZ have been able to climb. It needs 9 spots overall that SUDOR have been able to climb, that impressed me the most, because these teams have secured the biggest wins overall when it comes to standings, but I think also the solidity and the consistency coming through from Fate, whereas actually it was big drops on other teams in that top 5 and who started above them. Actually, HOTLINE Esports down 7 spots to that 10th position.
And I think that is also sadly not surprising. Like I don't want to see that, because I love the fact that they came in stronger compared to all the previous phases of the tournament, but it takes more than one day of surprise, right? And so I think after all, it's sad to say that our kind of assessment of HOTLINE was somewhat accurate, but I want to give them credit though, because although today's not been as good as yesterday, we saw there's a lot of proactive play coming from them. Yes, they don't always execute it, but they set traps, they try to trade, they take fights when they definitely have to. Is a very different type of saying that the reason as to why they may not make it, even if that is sadly our prediction, is very different to the reason to why we say SCYTES may not make it. Right? Does that make sense? So, yeah, and that is HOTLINE, like still, still they catch part of my heart, by how they've been playing both yesterday and today, and that is.
I'm just going to say something, Tarzan, that when you look at the points so overall, they're not that far behind 5th place actually. Yes, they're in so far down in 10th, but with 87 points, you look back and you say, well, 5th position is only 109 points. They get one good game. In those top 5 teams, some of them falter. Actually, HOTLINE are straight back into it. So it is still doable, but it's certainly a big mountain to climb for a lot of these teams. That is, of course, everything that we can recap with the scores today. It has been a wonderful first 12 games, but still 6 more to go, same time, same place, of course, tomorrow with DK and the wonderful Span Cargo. And of course, a big thanks to the side of ESL and a wonderful producer in our ears, Andre. You are doing amazing as well through the entire tournament, and it has been a wonderful pleasure casting and joined alongside you, Tarzan. But we
thank you very much.
Bid everyone a good night and a beautiful evening.